Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29.
Okay, members, declare the meeting open. You're all very welcome today. In the room with me, I have Robin Newton, Alex Eason and Andy Allen. And on Starleaf at the moment, we have Kelly Armstrong, Sinead Innes and Mark Durkin. So I'll go straight to agenda item 1, which is apologies. We've received an apology from Carol. Sinead, have you an apology from Fra?
Yeah, apologies from Fra and Carol.
Thank you. Okay, we're a bit echoey on our Starleaf at the minute, but hopefully that will resolve itself as we go on. I'll move to agenda item 2, which is Chairperson's Business. Member, a CLG was convened on Tuesday to discuss potential increased COVID restrictions, following on from agreement that only essential business will be conducted in plenary. Members, there was no definite decision was taken at the Chairperson's liaison group on Tuesday because not all parties were present, so that has been sent out to parties to come back to make a final decision. But I kind of just will highlight to you that they are suggesting that where possible we should go to fully virtual meetings for all of our committee meetings as well. Just would make things a lot easier and reduce the risk, especially to those guys that look after our TV and sound with all of our committees. So that I know that poses a problem for some members. It poses a problem. I'll bring you in a wee minute, Andy. And I know it also poses a problem for the likes of Sinead, who has absolutely dreadful Wi-Fi where she is as well. Now, in saying that, when we raised that issue, we were kind of told that, well, there is the issue of doing dial-in, or there's the option of doing dial-in, but there's also the option of using, if you have 4G, if you're lucky enough to have 4G wherever you are, of using your hotspot to come in as well. So it's just to let members know there's been no definite decision made on it as yet. But they really are encouraging all members, where possible, to dial in from home or from their office even here in Parliament buildings, rather than come into the committee room, just to kind of keep the possibility of infection to absolute minimal. Andy, you want to come in?
Yeah, no, absolutely, Chair, and I can understand the position in respect to that. It's just obviously from my own perspective, it would pose difficulties for me in respect of being able to read the committee pack with my eyesight. So I would be keen to have dialogue and engagement around that. In that respect, obviously, I don't want to be putting anybody at risk in respect of me coming in here, but just maybe look at ways, if possible, I can be facilitated, or look at measures that can be put in place to help me be able to ensure that I can continue to operate in the committee as effective as I need to be.
No, and I did, and I'd spoken to you anyway, Andy, about this. I did raise the issue of yourself at our CLG, and it may come down to that it just will be Andy, the clerk, and myself in this room, and just the three of us and no one else. That is what it could come down to. But I'll update members as we know. Sorry, Sinead, do you want to come in?
Yeah, Chair, it's just I chaired Standards and Privileges yesterday, and it was fully virtual, and it was an absolutely unmitigated disaster. Now, and that wasn't, it wasn't actually, because we've actually got new broadband where I am, so the problem wasn't on my end, it was actually on Starleaf's end, and I know Stuart Dixon was at our meeting yesterday as well, and he'd been at a committee meeting yesterday morning and said that they experienced the same issues with Starleaf. So I know it was brought up at the commission yesterday in terms of the capabilities of Starleaf, so it's just to be mindful of that as well, because if people are up for it, they're up for going fully virtual, obviously, in the times that we're in, but if there's gremlins in the equipment, then it's going to make it very difficult.
Yeah, thank you for letting us know that, Sinead, because I know that Chris Little had said at CLG that he was going to try doing the Education Committee fully virtual and see that go and feed that back. But I think what you're saying there is actually good feedback for the clerk to hear, to pass back to the other clerks as well, to have that discussion, just how it went. I don't know how confident I would be chairing a meeting virtually. I'm sure that was difficult enough as it is to try and do that without having the clerk beside you. And without having the various screens around you to see who wants to speak and in what order. So thank you, Sinead, for letting us know that as well. So it's just putting that out to members. That's the direction that the Assembly want us to take. There will, no doubt, over the next week or two, we'll hear more information on that. And the other issue... Sorry, go ahead, Mark, go ahead.
Excuse me. As someone mentioned gremlins there, and I seem to have a new one today. Where I can see you and hear you, and you can hear me, but for some reason the camera's not working, so you are getting off light this morning. I suppose you don't have to look at me.
Very disappointed, Mark, that we don't have your lovely face up in front of us, so I am. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We can hear you, but we can't see you. But your hand function button is working, just to let you know that.
I was just testing that there, Chair.
Okay, thank you. The other issue I wanted to bring up with members is also the move when it comes to essential business and oral briefings. We've also been asked to limit our briefings as well to the bare essentials. Now, that's up for debate as to what is the essential. I mean, anything relating to COVID, I would imagine, would be essential, whether that's funding, whether that's anything else. And most certainly our bill that is in front of us at the moment is deemed as essential. So they're just trying to tighten up a bit on the amount of people that are coming into brief committees, albeit when it comes to a bill, that's kind of, will be treated a little bit differently. So it's just to bear that in mind, members, that over the next week or two, for any other briefs that we want, or briefings that we want to have, we just have to be mindful as to whether we deem it essential or not, but that'll be a decision that we'll all take. And just, let me see, where am I? Okay, yeah. It's just to let you know that we have down a proposed planning, or a day, to hold our second series of stakeholder events next Tuesday, the 26th, and the subject is universal credit and welfare mitigations. It could be deemed non-essential that we have that, because it is an extra meeting as well, albeit it's a more informal type of meeting. So what I do think it's essential, though, that we do hear that briefing, but what I was going to propose to members, if we could try it, and after hearing what Sinead has said, I'm a bit dubious to try it, but if we could try doing that even on MSM Teams on a virtual basis, rather than meeting in a room, I'm more than happy to, I mean, well, most of us anyway, not all of us, but the good lot of us will be here in the building on Tuesday anyway, so I'm happy enough to do it from my office up on 359. And we'll do it via Teams. Are members, any comments members want to make on that, or are they happy enough that we go ahead with that, Kelly?
I was just going to say Microsoft Teams. I know that we have to test this out. I'll try and do that on Monday. Hopefully I'll be able to get it on the PC, because if I try to use it in the Surface Pro, room 45, my office has basically no Wi-Fi in it, no mobile signal in it. So I'll try my best to be there on Tuesday afternoon. If I can get Microsoft Teams working on the PC, I'll certainly be there.
Okay, I'd forgotten about that. We can only get then Zoom and Starleaf on our PCs, is that correct? On our PCs in our offices? Yeah, so Teams might not work for us then. Well, what about then, can I suggest that the clerks go and speak to IT to see what would be the best method of having that? I really don't want to cancel this on the 25th, though if we have to, because of IT issues, we will. And we'll reschedule it for maybe the week after that, whatever. So can I leave that then with the clerks to go and have a look at that and get back to members then after the meeting as to what's the best way forward? Yeah, is that okay? All right. Let me see, what else have I got to do? Yeah, I want to inform you that the Minister has agreed to brief the committee at the meeting on the 11th of February on the regional and sub-regional stadia programme for 30 minutes before the executive meeting. A request has been made for the Minister to brief the committee again at a meeting before the end of February. Can I ask members, have they any comments on that, or are they content to note? Content to note? Yeah, okay. Members, at last week's meeting we considered a departmental reply on the COVID Charities Fund Phase 2, and then we sent a letter asking if the department will be in contact with charities that were unsuccessful in their applications to Phase 1 to advise that they were able to apply again. Since then, I had a very informative conversation with an official, Joanna Gray, on I think it was yesterday I had the conversation with her. They have been in contact with many charities. They are encouraging charities to apply. We know the closing date, I think, is this Friday. So she would be very keen to offer us a briefing, whether that's an oral briefing or a written briefing, to the committee, just on how that second tranche of that money has gone out. I suppose we'll not know until after the close of play just how many charities have applied and how many have been successful or unsuccessful and the average amount of money. So could our members, if they're in agreement, that we seek an oral briefing from Joanna and other officials at a time that that we think is the right time to do it, when they have enough information to come forward to us. Would members be in agreement to that? Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. Chair, could I just ask you, in terms of what you gathered from the briefing, my understanding is that when the charities came to make their presentation to us, that their complaint, if that's the right word, was that they had been, or a number of them had been ruled out of gaining support because they had a parent body in GB that had reserves, but indeed that the Northern Ireland charity was an independent and was not eligible, could not actually touch into those resources in wherever. And is your understanding, Chair, that the Northern Ireland registered charities are now eligible for support from the COVID-19 pot?
This is the problem, because they're not Northern Ireland registered charities, they're registered charities to England. Right. And that is still the case. I asked Joanna that, and that was my understanding from the conversation, that they're still not eligible to apply. That's that Article 167, I think it was. So it's because they are registered as, they're not registered as Northern Ireland charities, and that is the problem, because this article was never enacted. So I'd asked her about that as well, and that is something that certainly needs to be put forward, and we need to get a briefing on that also. So we do. So no, that still remains the same. Now, the charities that did have reserves that stopped them, they were eligible to apply, albeit there's still a little bit of regulations around that. But they were still able to. They were able to apply, but they were the Northern Ireland registered charities only. So they were. So, but I think if we get a further briefing on that, because there is still a disparity, and it is unfair, because we do know when we heard from those various charities that they're not getting access to that money from the UK fund, or from the fund over in GB.
Could I ask, in terms of that, I absolutely agree, Chair, and maybe we could have an understanding of what the route out of the situation we're in to enable the 167 or whatever the reference number is, charities, to be able to secure support.
Yeah, I think I've called it 168 and 165 and everything else. I'm nearly certain it's 167.
Okay.
So I am, Andy.
Whichever number it is.
Okay, Andy.
Just firstly declare an interest in respect to this item, and I would agree with Robin. Can we go back to the department to see what type of workaround that they can try to put in place? Because again, back to the point, we're in exceptional and extraordinary times, and surely we should be able to do something as an assembly to accommodate those organisations whose parent organisations are obviously GB, but they operate and provide very many services across the province here, and their obviously resources have been impacted. The position's been obviously well laid out, but it could result in them being at a disadvantage in terms of being able to continue to deliver their services, many of those which are very much needed across our community, especially at this time.
Okay, yep, lovely, thank you for that. Kelly?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, it's something that actually we should be considering. I know the 167 charities, the legislation hasn't been brought forward, as you've said, yet, but we know that the department is looking at concordat agreement with the community and voluntary sector. There is a concern from me about the lack of understanding about what reserves are, and reserves and charities are very highly are contained within the reserves policy. That reserves policy allows organisations to have money set aside for known liabilities. That would be things like redundancy, running costs for up to 3 to 6 months should funding fail for them, so it gives them time to actually close the organisation down in an appropriate manner. This is something that's guided by Companies House, especially for those organisations that haven't yet had Northern Ireland registration, and we know that there's plenty of organisations still sitting waiting for registration through the Charity Commission. I would be quite keen if we could ask the department to provide us with an update on that concordat agreement, so that there can be, at long last, for all departments and all funders, recognition that charities, if they don't have reserves, then they're not viable organisations. So to expect charities to spend reserves, that's a legal requirement for their boards of directors on government services, basically means that those charities are subsidising government as opposed to the other way around. So I think it would be useful if we were able to get a written update from the department on that.
Okay, happy enough with that, members, with all of those actions that members have asked? Yes, agreed? Okay, that's grand. All right then, members, we'll move on to agenda item 3, which is the draft minutes. Members, you'll you'll find these at page 7 of your meeting pack. Can I ask members, are you content to agree the minutes of the 14th of January 2021 as drafted? Yes, sorry Kelly, go ahead.
Just to say I'm down twice as being present, that's the only thing.
Okay. All right. Okay, members. Then members happy to agree as amended? Agreed. Yes, agreed. Okay. Thank you. Okay, members, we're going to move on to agenda item 4, which is matters arising. Members, last week we had a very limited reply from the department on the delay of the commencement of the Job Start Scheme and other labour market interventions, and we wrote back requesting more information. Members, it was came as a surprise then at question time on Tuesday that we were made aware that the difficulties lay within finance for this programme and why it hasn't started. I just suppose I'm a little bit annoyed at this, that after writing twice to the Minister and the Department to ask why this scheme had not progressed and had not started, and to receive answers just to say that there were issues and that was delaying it. I don't think that's good enough that we as a committee, after writing twice, have to hear it as an answer at question time on Tuesday. If this had not have been put down, or if someone had not have asked this question, or this wasn't on the list of questions, we may not have heard this. I spoke to the Minister last night. She gave me a call last night to do with another issue, but I had mentioned it to her when I spoke to her last night as well, to say that I'd be bringing it up in the committee, and I mentioned to her also we're there to support her, not only to just scrutinise in this committee, but to support her in her role as well. And without full knowledge or hearing actually what is going on with many issues, we're unable to complete our job in that support as well. I just wanted that put on the record. We know that the scheme started in England back in the beginning of September. We're now almost 5 months down the line, and Northern Ireland people have not had the opportunity to avail of this scheme. So I just want to put that on the record, and I want to ask the department, as a matter of urgency, they need to give us a briefing on this and need to give us some sort of indication as to whether this money has been lost, whether this money can continue. I think the committee deserves that respect to know that. So members, any comments on that, Andy?
Yeah, Chair, I would certainly echo your comments. I'm deeply disappointed at the approach in respect to this, certainly when the officials were in with ourselves a number of weeks ago prior to Christmas. there was no indication of there being financial difficulties. Indeed, there was questions asked around the budget, and they outlined that. They outlined this year's budget. This year's budget is, if I recall rightly, around about 0.8 million, and the following year's budget in around £18 million mark. They, at no point did they indicate to us that there was difficulties in respect of that. They were very much outlining to us that they were very much rolling the sleeves up to get this scheme rolled out. And it's disappointing because I know I'm getting a lot of questions asking what on earth's going on when other regions of the United Kingdom are very much on their way with this very vital scheme, and we're not. And I do appreciate, obviously, the delays in respect of our restrictions, but to find out beyond that, obviously, it's financial. It was news to me.
Thank you, Andy. Members, any other comments on that? Are they content that we ask for a briefing, a full briefing on that? Yeah? Okay. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, members. Excuse me.
Sure, that would be in the critical area.
That would be essential, yes. I agree. Members, you've been provided at page 17 with a reply from the National Museums NI in committee queries to the Model Engineers Society. Can I ask then, have members any comments on that? Yeah, I knew you would. Alex?
I don't know what more we can do. I'd love to be able to do more. I'm just disappointed by the response. I mean, the reasons why they're not allowed to stay, the walled garden is a key heritage asset, and we have a responsibility to ensure greater public value from it, particularly in relation to social impact. Well, that's what they're doing. So what, you know, and then the use of the site by the society is creating increasing operational challenges and risks. That's just a load of rubbish. And then it is increasingly difficult to justify continuing exclusive free access and use of a key part of the site. But that's a load of rubbish too. So, you know, I mean, they pay for themselves, and
Yeah.
It's just bizarre, their attitude, and it's very disappointing. And
I would agree with you. It is very disappointing as someone who knows the value of the model railway and how much it means, especially to many of those older folk who have passed on their great knowledge of engineering to some of our young people. You know, and it's very disappointing that that is the answer that we have been given. But as you say, I don't know what more we can do as a committee to assist with this. Kelly, you wanted to come in?
I did actually. I think it would be useful if we could pass a copy of this letter on to the Model Engineers Society. I don't think any of it's going to come as a shock to the guys who are involved with it. It is what they have heard all along. There is a few issues actually that has come up this week. Excuse me, regarding questions. There was a Classic Cars Association had been asking for support, that they wanted to, I can't remember exactly where it was, but they wanted to set up a museum that showed classic cars, and the Minister in response had said that so the Minister in response had said that she hadn't had any notification of a request for such an item. So I think we should maybe check with the Model Engineers Society to see if they have written to the Minister to request a site for the Model Engineers Society. I think that they have asked others and councils and so on, but have they actually asked the Minister and the department about this? The other thing about this is that the Model Engineers Society, I would be very interested in getting a cost from them of how much it's going to be to move. I know that there's an offer that there could be an extension to the period of time that they're going to be in Cultra, but that is really only to facilitate them to move. I would be interested to find out how much it's actually going to be for them to lift themselves off the site. And while I appreciate that NMNI has said that they're not going to charge them to put the site back as it was originally, mind you, if there's anybody around that can remember what it was like before they went there, it would be a staggering. But this is going to be a lot of money for a voluntary organisation. Like, you're talking about cranes and lifting lines and lifting trains. I would say this is probably going to be in excess of £50,000. And that, to be honest, bankrupts that organisation. So I would like to hear from them the costs, how much it would be to move, and if they have written to the Minister to ask for a site for them to use.
Okay, Kelly, thank you for that. Members, any other comments? No? Okay, members, then are we in agreement with the proposals that are on the table. Sorry,
I think when they were here,
Clerk wants to say something.
I think when they were here briefing us, they did mention the cost, and if I remember rightly, it was higher than 50,000.
Yeah, I think it was higher than 50,000. I think if we asked them for
100,000, I think they estimated.
for those questions that Kelly has put down there for exact costs, and have they gone to the Minister and the Department willing to help with this or relocate, so we can do that. No, that's fair enough. Are members in agreement with that? Yes?
Agreed.
All right, thank you, members. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 5, which is a departmental briefing on the SL1, the Local Government Capital and Accounting Coronavirus Amendment Regs NI 2021. Members, you'll find this at page 27 of your meeting pack. The department proposes to make a statutory rule to make a technical amendment to the Local Government Capital Finance Accounting Regulations by extending the deadline for councils to set their budget for 2021-22 from the 15th of February to the 1st of March 2021. The technical amendment is time limited and applies to the budget for 2021-22 only, and the statutory rule would be subject to negative resolution procedure before the Assembly. Members, you remember that this was on the agenda last week, and I asked for it to be brought back just for a little bit more information. Can I welcome Anthony Carleton and Jeff Glass to our meeting today? Anthony, have you anything that... Hi, how are you?
Morning.
Good morning. Anything that you want to brief us on, or do you just want me to ask a few questions, or what do you want to do here?
No, I'm quite happy, Chair. Thank you very much for the invite, and to yourself and members. I'm happy enough to take the questions here. The explanation, as you've read it out, actually is better than the one I have in front of me. That's it. Simply, it's a matter, sorry, just by way of background, it's in conjunction with DOF colleagues that councils requested that they get slightly longer time to set their budgets this year because of the particular difficulties arising from COVID. So they want to move the notification of the budget date back to the 1st of March to coincide with the setting of the rates for 21-22.
Okay, look, thank you for that. And Anthony, the reason why I brought it back was whenever Solace was in with us, they had asked for the regional rate and the district rate to be aligned. And I know from the Minister's statement on Monday that there's the agreement now to freeze the regional rate. So I would assume that councils are a little bit more satisfied in hearing that. Because that brings then that they are able to align then the rates together. Just to ask you, have you been speaking with Solace? And I know you have. I know you have a really good relationship with them. And I have heard very positive things back about that. And I have to say, you've done a good job there. Are they happy enough then with the way the track that this is taken?
Yes, they are. We speak with Solace, and we had a couple of meetings even at the partnership panel yesterday, and perhaps actually a meeting with Solace on perhaps on Tuesday. We also consulted with NILGA, and every week we would speak with the local government finance officers. So yes, everybody's in agreement that to the move to the 1st of March it would be very, very helpful for this year.
Okay, just
and as you say, the notification came out about from the Department of Finance, helpfully about rate setting for the incoming year as well.
The only other sort of question I want to ask you about is then the risk going forward for councils. If councils then can come to a freeze on their district rates, or as low as possible they can of any increase on their district rates, they're taking a little bit of a risk because we still know that they have a great reduction in their income. They still have many staff on with furlough, and we don't know what the future holds. None of us do. None of us know that. Is there any guarantees there? And I know that the conversations will continue long into this year with yourself and Solace and Nilga, that if they do that, they'll not end up in a situation of being, almost in the red, because they've taken that risk. Well, the conversations will continue as to any loss of income and anything the Assembly can do to assist with that, I would assume.
Yes, the Chair, thank you. The onus is on councils and chief finance officers to set a balanced budget for the incoming year. And I appreciate that there's a certain risk associated with council finances, because it's highly unlikely that leisure centres and leisure parks will open at the 1st of April and everything will be back to normal. But I think I'm fairly confident we can take that assumption. As you know, the budget is out for consultation. Currently at the minute, DOF colleagues are indicating that the amount available for COVID support is well down on what was available this year. But we're continuing to liaise with DOF and speaking to Solace and our finance colleagues in local government on a weekly basis to try and get a bit more surety as we move on. So we can't say that we can't give a commitment, but certainly there are very close working relationships, and we're in certainly weekly, if not 2 or 3 times a week, contact with councils regarding finance.
Okay, thank you. I'm satisfied with that. Any members have any questions they want to ask around this issue? No? Nope, okay. That's great. Look, thank you, Anthony, and thank you, Jeff. I suppose hearing on Monday the Finance Minister's decision around the freeze on the regional rate, if we'd maybe had that, if I'd have known that maybe before the meeting, we wouldn't have asked you to come back in, but we didn't. And look, I'm really glad that you did come in, and thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, members, we're going to move on then to agenda item 6, which is raised papers on the Licence and Registration of Clubs Amendment Bill. Members, for future information in relation to the licensing bill, RAISE has provided 2 briefing papers at page 35 and 41. The first paper provides additional information as requested by the Committee on Local Licensing Forums in Scotland. The second provides notes on the webinar attended by Eleanor Murphy on behalf of the Committee, the Institute of Public Health North-South Alcohol Policy Advisory Group webinar on alcohol-related harms in nightlife settings on the island of Ireland on the 3rd of December 2020. Are members content to note those raised papers? Yep, content. Can I hear you?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, members, we're going to then move on to agenda item 7, which is Lacada Brewery briefing on the Licensing and Registration of Clubs Amendment Bill. Members, you'll find these papers at page 54 of your meeting pack. And then can I welcome to the meeting Roger Docherty, Laurie Davis, and Earl. I'm sorry, I'm not going to even embarrass myself by trying to pronounce your surname, because I would be embarrassing myself. Roger, Earl and Laurie, you're all very welcome to the meeting. And Roger, could I ask then you if you want to begin your brief? Right, Roger, we can't hear you. You check if you're on mute, just.
We always like to start with a bit of IT problems.
we just have constant IT problems in our community, so we do. And I'm not going to mention anybody's name. Roger, do you want to try talking again to see if we can hear you? No, we can't hear Roger. Oh dear, okay.
Maybe we start with Laurie, will we? And then by the time we're sure it'll be there.
Yep, Earl, that's grand. Laurie, do you want to?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Great. My name's Laurie Davis. I'm the head brewer at Lacada Brewery. Lacada has been in existence since 2014. We've been at market since October 2015. It's good to be back here. I was here in 2016 providing evidence to the community's committee on the very subject. It looks uncannily like the same room. It is. Earlier that year, I'd also been at a meeting hosted by Loughry College, which brought together cider producers, the spirit distillers, and the microbreweries based in Northern Ireland to discuss the barriers to our trade posed by the lack of a producer's licence. And the MLA who spoke initially at the meeting said that until he was invited to speak, he had no idea we had a brewing industry in Northern Ireland, and we most certainly do have a thriving homegrown industry here. So when we were with you in 2016, we had Michelle Fairley from Food NI, Tim, who was the chairman of CAMRA at the time, and Helen from my cider company. And the committee agreed to our recommendations for the producer's licence. So it's been 4 years since then, and we do desperately need government to aid our brewing industry to reach its market. What we want to do this morning is we want to aid the committee. So we want to talk about three things. Explain what tap rooms are, our experience of running them, why we need them, clear up misconceptions about them. Number two, we want to clear up some misconceptions about our products and our routes to market. And number three, we want to explain what the producer's licence means for us and what happens if we don't achieve it fully. So each of us will cover these topics and welcome questions, starting with myself. Lacada has run a number of tap rooms in our brewery for the past 3 years. What this involves is moving stock around, getting an area, creating space, setting up a bar, usually about 4 taps, and we serve our own beer. The beers are often one-offs, they're specials, they can be child beers that we may or may not go to brew into a bigger way for general release. The craft beer market's very quick moving. They always want to see a new beer, so this gives us a great place to meet the customers. So people attend are always looking for new beers, and they're really keen to find out about the beer and about the brewery. And this is a really essential part of the tap room experience, so the public get to talk and meet with the people who make the beer. That's the real value for it with them and for us. We open the tap room usually from about 2 p.m. and we close at 9 p.m. And so there's no TV, there's no music, there's no food served on premises, there's no happy hour, there's no buy 4 pints for 3, there are no spirits served, and there's no wine. It's about as far removed from a public house environment as you could think. It's not a pub by any other name. It's more akin to a noisy library. At this point, I'd like to point out we've never received a single complaint from about our tap rooms from our residential neighbours. We've never received a complaint from our public houses, hotels and off licences. In fact, the opposite happens. Those in hospitality trade report an increase in footfall because of people travelling to our tap rooms. This is really important. Your microbreweries here are spread across Northern Ireland. People will go to brewery tap rooms. Errol's going to talk about this a bit more, but across the world, people travel to tap rooms. The footfall is reflected in our tap rooms, and more significantly when we ran the annual Portrush Beer Festival in the town hall. The first year we ran the festival, the shops in the town were saying it was the busiest day of the season, and that's in October. When we run our tap rooms, we do so in a responsible manner, and we inject trade into the hospitality sector. Those things are really, really important to us. What is important to us about tap rooms, it gives us to a route market with our draft beer. The microbreweries in Northern Ireland are stymied at getting their beers on taps in this part of the world. It's actually a scandal. If you go to Dublin and as a microbrewer, you feel like weeping. In fact, you go to any large town in the Republic and you feel like weeping. There's local craft beer on tap all over the place. And here, we are locked out of the draft trade. It's pure and simple as that. And it's not because our beers are too strong. We as brewers rely on producing sensible strength beers. Our staple, our bestseller at Lacada, is 4.5%. All the microbreweries in Northern Ireland do session 4.5% beers. We are locked out of the draft trade because the macro breweries have a lock on the bars. Now this can take the form of monthly discounts on kegs, takes the form of cellaring services, which is looking after your dispense systems, your chillers. We've experienced when we put a tap in bars, there have been reps from the macro saying to the owners, take that Lacada tap off, or we'll stop your discounts. This is the sort of thing that we are up against. We microbrewers are primarily going to market in bottles and cans because we cannot access the market through draft product to the extent that we would like. Having our own tap rooms gives us the access to the market. It allows us to serve our beer with our cellaring knowledge, and it allows us to meet our customers. Things have changed in the marketplace, and they've moved very quickly, even in the 5 years we've been in operation. I know Errol's going to expand on this in a minute, but my halfpenny worth is what is in place isn't working well. It isn't fit for purpose. It's damaging your homegrown producers. We cannot expand and grow, and we can't employ more people unless we can sell our product ourselves with a full producer's license. And we need your help. Errol?
Okay, Laurie, thank you. Errol?
Thanks, Laura. Thanks, Paula. And hello to all the committee members. So my name is Errol Butchercola, and I am chairman of Lacada's board of directors. I've been involved with Lacada for 5 years now, in one way or another. And I'm proud not only of the business we've developed, but more importantly, the community that we have built. We are a cooperative business, and we have over 400 co-owners, and there are more new members joining every couple of days. Our members come from across the community, near, far, male, female, young, old, but all keen to get involved in a small local enterprise. It's a symptom of changing times, and one that I consider to be a very positive change. There is a definite shift in the way that people want to spend their valuable time and hard-earned money. People want to seek out locally made produce rather than macro-produced products. They want to find something special rather than to be told what to eat or drink by the big corporations. Importantly, Northern Ireland has embraced this transition, with food and drink tourism the fastest growing sector, attracting more and more people to Northern Ireland. Normally, in the pre-COVID world, we host many tours all year round, from the USA, from Asia, from Europe, all keen to learn about Lacada, to learn about our story, and to try our beer, to try something different, and that's the key. Unfortunately, when they come, they have a tour, they have a chat, all we can do is give them a mouthful of beer when they visit, which I've got to say they find absolutely ridiculous. So food and drink tourism is crucial to the Northern Ireland economy and to our long-term sustainability as a brewery. Excuse me if I'm going on just a little bit too long, but I do want to share just a bit of insight, personal insight, because I am one of those food and drink tourists. Whenever myself and wife choose to go and spend a long weekend somewhere, I'll select a country or city or town based on the availability of tap rooms. We've been to Reykjavik, Oslo, Santa Rosa, Boston, Manchester, Cork, Sligo, Madrid, a whole host of countries and cities. And that list is growing all the time. And when I'm there, I spend money. I stay in hotels, I buy goods, I try local produce, I visit the sites, and importantly, I also visit the local pubs. The beer tourist is a high-value tourist, and tap rooms attract them. Why is that? Well, instead of drinking 6 pints of lager or Guinness, you'd maybe have a flight of 5 beers. Now, a flight is 5 glasses, each of them about maybe 200 millilitres, and each one of them will be a different style or a different type of beer, but each of them will be an amazing flavour experience, something that you've never had before. Believe it or not, there are hundreds of different beer styles out there. It's not just lager and Guinness, which is the only thing that you seem to find on taps in Northern Ireland. These are all carefully made by the local brewer, who you'll maybe get a chance to meet and talk to. The beers are also often paired with locally produced artisan foods, and that creates a harmonised food and drink experience. This is not pint culture. This is not pint guzzling. It's responsible drinking. It's about quality over quantity. As Laurie said, there are no TVs, there's no sport. it's a different culture and it's catering for people seeking different experiences. And to be honest, that's why craft beer doesn't work for a lot of today's pubs. And that's why, a lot of them, for Laurie's mentioned some of the reasons why they don't stock them, but it just doesn't work for those organisations who have built their business on shifting lager at £3.80 a pint. And that's why it's so important that we need to be able to control our own destiny and be able to sell our own produce, because if we can't, then we can't survive. And I've got to say that would be a great shame for us, the community, and the wider tourist industry in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you. Earl, Roger, you're back with us again. Is there anything you want to add to that? Oh, I still can't hear Roger. No, Roger, we're still not getting your volume. So we aren't. I think you did go out and come in again there. I maybe have to try that one more time. Just the joys of doing remote meetings, I'm afraid. So Roger, do you want to try going out and coming back in again? And we'll continue on and hopefully you can join us with a bit of sound. Yeah? Okay. Members, I think we'll just press on because we know that we're tight for time anyway. So we are. But I just want to then ask a few questions. And I know certainly from what Laurie was saying there about our bars and restaurants stocking craft beers. We had a briefing, I don't know whether you had opportunity to listen to it or not, from Hospitality Ulster last week. And they had said in that briefing that there were many of our bars that did have taps with craft brewery with beer, and also had the bottles. They also had said that they had felt that tap rooms would be a direct competitor to our pubs, and also one of the members did say that he would no longer stock craft beers from small producers in the future if tap rooms do become law. Can I just ask what your views would be on those?
We supply 5 bars. There was 5 independent bars with a Laris on tap.
And how many is that out of, Laurie? How many independent bars do we have in Northern Ireland? Do you know? Would you know that?
No, I wouldn't.
No,
but
that's
5 is a very small percentage.
Very small percentage. Okay. And what about the issue then where they say that they think that tap rooms would be a direct competitor to them?
Did it provide any evidence, or is that just an opinion?
Okay, I know certainly from what you were saying it is, and certainly what Earl was saying, it is a very different experience, a tap room. And I suppose is that would be one of the answers to that. Earl, do you want to even come in on that?
Yeah, can I just say a couple of things there? I mean, it's very important to, when a bar says they're stocking craft beer, the question is, how are they stocking it? What we're talking about is draft beer, being able to go in and get a beer poured into your glass from a tap. There are pubs that sell our beer, and they'll sell it in cans, but that will be in a fridge, hidden away somewhere at the back of the bar. And they're not really keen to sell it. It'll just be a case of, I'm going to stock a few cans just to tick a box in case somebody comes in actually looking for it. And as far as being competition, I don't see it as competition. We are a very different product, and tap rooms are a different product, serving a very different market that pubs can't serve today. And as I've said, people come to an area to go and visit the tap rooms, and then they go on to visit the pubs. If you look at the Portrush Beer Festival, it's a great example, and Laurie's mentioned it. The craft beer is bringing people into the town of Portrush, into the area, and while they're there, they go to the other facilities that are nearby as well. So I don't see it as competition. I actually think it enhances and helps develop the business for pubs as well.
Okay, thanks for that. Earl, I don't know, Roger, are you back with us again? Can we try you again? No, we've still no sound from Roger. Roger, I'm sorry, I don't know what has happened here. this morning. I just want to press on and ask another question. In your submission, you outlined 3 options for change to the bill to open the market up for small producers. One was by abolishing the surrender principle. Another was creating provision within the producer's licence to allow for sale of alcohol for consumption on site, and another was an amendment to ensure licensed premises sell beers from multiple breweries on tap. Can I just ask, out of those 3, which route do you feel would be the most effective?
So, Laurie, you want to answer that, or why?
Well, I was hoping that Roger would be able to answer that one.
I'm afraid we can't hear Roger, so one of you two is going to have to answer it.
I think it's critical that we can sell our product on site. We have to be in control of our own destiny, and the only way that we can is to be able to sell it on site. I think it's really important that we can sell our own product, and it's the product that we make in collaboration with other breweries. So quite often 2, 3, 4 breweries will get together and they'll make a beer together, and those would also need to be included in what we can sell.
Okay. All right. So that second option then seems to be if there was only one route available, and that would be the one that you would feel would be most effective.
Yeah, we need to be able to sell it on sales, and we need to be able to sell for people to as an off license as well for people, because you get a lot of tours. They come and they want to buy our product, and we have to point them to some other business somewhere else in the town that may or not be open, or they may not have stock. People want to come and they want to get gifts, and they want to get gifts from the brewery.
Okay. Thanks, Earl, for that. I'm going to open up to members now. I have Robin. Go ahead, Robin.
Thank you, Chair, and thank the members for meeting with us this morning. I have just a couple of simple questions. Can I just ask, first of all, am I right that there are only 5 craft brewers in Northern Ireland?
There's 35, I think, is the figure.
And there are only 5 that are a member of your association? SIBA?
We're here as Lacada Brewery.
Lacada, you're on.
Oh, you're only, sorry, okay. I'm going too far ahead then.
You're on the next briefing.
I'm going too far ahead. My apologies for that. Okay. Can I ask then, in terms of the support that you get from the Department of the Economy for the establishment of the business, do you get, or are you recognised by the Tourism NI as a tourist attraction?
Yeah, we are a tourist attraction. We work very closely with the tourist organisations in Northern Ireland.
Okay, and in their tourism offer, would they be promoting your organisation as a must-see venue, a venue to go to?
No, they can't really at the moment because we're not licensed to sell. What we would like to do is have a full Northern Ireland brewery tour where you can get a full tourist experience, come and visit us and buy on the premises. We run independently. We do get a lot of support from Food NI and Tourism NI, and they link us up with visitors and tours and food writers. But there is a world of opportunity there to make up a brewery tour of Northern Ireland. If that answers you, Robin. Is that what you're looking for?
And in the establishment of your business, were the Department of the Economy supporting you?
Not directly, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Robin. Members, no one else has, sorry, Andy has signalled next to come in, but just to notify the members on Starleaf, if any of you want to ask a question, will you please press your hands up button? Oh, there we go. Mark's his up already. So Andy and then Mark.
Thanks, Chair. Just one question at this point. Other brewers in the past have highlighted to us the number of days and hours that they feel in order to make their tap room viable, and I know you've outlined that to an extent. What do you feel would be the bare minimum, and what would you like to see as a maximum?
Well, the maximum open whenever we wish, be it every afternoon, but a minimum would be for us every week,
What sort of hours?
Well, as I say, we operate from 2 to 9 p.m. when we do it. We've done a few. We use an occasional license. It's quite a cumbersome process to go through.
So you would like to see a situation where you get to 2 to 9 p.m. every day of the week and weekends. Is there any type of model where, for example, the enhancement of those occasional license would be a viable alternative?
No, I don't think so, no. I think we'd like to have it in our own hands. I mean, we've done them in a very responsible manner, as I highlighted. So we would just like to have control of what we can do.
Okay, sorry, Chair, just one more.
If I could just kind of enhance on what Laurie said there, it's really important that we have control over, what we can do and when we can sell it. I mean, at the minute we sell until 9 p.m, but I think a proper time to be open has got to be until about 11 o'clock. We've used the occasional license process, and it just doesn't work. It's okay if you just want to have an event the odd time, but it's not a process that's suitable for a business. It's not something that a business can invest on the back of.
Okay, and just one further question, Chair. And I know I was on the committee previously in 2016-17, and I do know, just for a refreshment, can you detail the process again for us in setting up a brewery in that respect? How difficult is it? What is the registration process? Who do you have to register with? What's the safeguards, etc.?
You have to register with HMRC and apply for producer's license. You have to have an interview with HMRC for that and for the AWRC license. So in a way you're vetted. You have to have a business plan for them to see. They will then have to keep records of everything we produce, everything we throw away. Businesses like doing their VAT returns. We do VAT returns, obviously, but every month we have to sit down and work out the beer duty. The brewery business is sort of a bit unique like that. So we have to work out and keep records of not just how much beer we sold, but how much of each type, and basically how much alcohol goes over the premises, Andy. So it's pretty rigorous. And I think I know perhaps where your concern is, thinking of setting up a business and being able to run a tap room by starting a brewery. You'd start looking at that, and the expenses alone would put you right off. You need a lot of money to start up a brewery. You need to hit a lot of volume before you start making money. The margins on it aren't great. I know for a fact that where we are in Portash, someone with a pub license did look at our premises before us and walked away because the margins just weren't right. So if someone's thinking, well, I'm going to set up a tap room and I'll set up the brewery and get a tap room and I'll get served in that way, it's not viable. You wouldn't do it. But does that answer your question about what it takes to set up a brewery?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I just wanted a refresher on that. And obviously, we have information pertaining to that from the previous sessions back in the previous evidence sessions, so we can look to that as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Andy. Roger, do you want to see if we can hear you again? No, still can't hear Roger. So we can't. Sorry about that. I have then Mark, Sinead, and then Kelly. So Mark.
You still can't see me. It's like see no evil, hear no evil. Maybe between me and Roger. Thank you, guys, for the presentation. I have to declare, and I'm just here again, Chair. It's becoming a recurrent theme. In terms of the presentation, now we've heard from a number of brewers and brewers representatives, and I think it's fair to say there's a large degree of sympathy among committee members and the desire to do something to address this issue and to maximise the potential of our local brewers. Not just your potential, but the potential that your industry has to bolster our tourism product and help the local economy. We have obviously more recently heard from people opposed to some of the proposals coming from your industry. You spoke there, Laura, you were talking about in response to a question from Andy about the money required to start a brewery. Now, one of the issues that had been raised by Hospitality Ulster or some of their members or representatives last week was the issue of rates. Does your industry recognise that by changing or should licences be granted for tap rooms to open, that you will be subject to a whole new sort of area of regulation and rating, and there will undoubtedly, in my view, be increased financial cost to that as well?
Yes, absolutely, Mark. Yeah, we've looked at that and we've factored that cost in. And we are aware that there have been regulations pertaining to that, and the rates would be different as well. But that's grand.
Okay, yeah, no, it's and some, not every business in your line of business will be in the same place, either financially, and not everyone will want to do that, or some might be put off by the increased costs. They might not know if it will be viable or worth their while to go down this route, should this route be open. Just picking up on another point, other members had focused on the taproom issue, but in your response or your submission, you're clear that you'd like to see the bill amended to enable non-licensee event organisers apply for a licence for major events. I was just wondering, could you get a wee bit more detail on that? I mean, do you envisage an annual cap on the number of such licences, or would you accept additional requirements for an organiser to obtain such a licence that an existing licensee may be subject to as well?
Unfortunately, Roger has the detail on that. We can't hear him.
It's no biggie, I suppose, in terms of what you hear, and like I said, I was just sort of widening it out. But the chair touched there, actually herself, on, and I think you did in response to her, on how allowing tap rooms could actually benefit pubs. I think that's something we have to also look at more, and in order for you to sell it to your opponents, so to say, I do believe, and I mean, they have evidence elsewhere across these islands and beyond that coexistence is possible, but it's how you can derive mutual benefit. And have you any more ideas how that might be done?
Yeah, I wouldn't use the word opponents. There's room for everybody. Mark, I think the issue there that you're touching on is look, there's been a status quo for a long time, and the craft beer has come along, and I think with the macros, there's a fear they're going to lose market share. What has happened with our experience is, and we get this quite a lot from bar owners, is well the macros, the rep saying, you can't put that on because it's taken away from our sales. That doesn't happen in the bars when we have a tap on. A certain sector of the customers coming into bar will buy craft, but overwhelmingly they will buy the macro. There's a coexistence that is happening, but can happen to a much greater extent. We're not really a threat. We're a challenge, yes, because of the product we make. But there's plenty of room for the coexistence. Absolutely.
Yeah, and to focus on, you mentioned their threat, and you prefer to see yourself as maybe a challenge, but I think we have to start looking at it in terms of an opportunity as well, and I think it's very important that we do that. And as we go through this process, that's something I'd very much like to thrash out with all parties involved. But thank you.
I agree. It's why I said that there are some misconceptions. That's what I said at the very beginning, Mark. And I think it's very clear to use misconceptions and misunderstandings, and that's why we've come along to sort of help the committee. And actually, yes, I did watch the depositions from hospitality, and I felt we should be talking across the table to each other. There's plenty we can do together.
Yeah. I could just add a couple of words there, Mark and Laurie. I mean, beer is a very, very broad and wide market. I think the macros would have you believe literally everybody drinks lager, but that is absolutely not the case. And there's a very broad and diverse market, and with any broad and diverse market, there are different products that meet those different needs. So there are pubs that will only ever sell macro because that's all their customers want, and there's the other end where craft pubs or maybe tap rooms will only sell to those types of customers, but there's a big overlap in that Venn diagram, and there is a place for all of us to work and coexist together. And I think the pubs that have started stocking proper craft beer, and I will define that slightly different. The ones that have started to stock proper craft beer will see different, probably more higher value customers coming into their shops, and it's a learning process that they will work through. And when I define proper craft, these are proper, truly independent breweries like Lacada. There are other kind of pseudo-independent craft breweries who are actually heavily backed by the macro organisations. So some pubs may tell you or present that they're stocking craft beer, but they're not really. They're just stocking a product that's been heavily backed by a macro producer. So it's not the same. It's very different.
Yeah, sorry, Earl, could I just pick you up on one wee thing? You spoke of a higher value customer. Just wonder, could you expand on that? I mean, how would you define that? I guess there's a difference between just going in and buying £3.50, £3.80 lager, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pints of them, to actually buying something that is of higher cost. So I talked earlier about a flight of beer where you'll be having 5 different glasses, each maybe 200 millilitres, but the cost of those will be higher, so they'll be spending more whenever they're in the premises. Yeah, well, it goes back to the opportunity thing there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But no, thank you guys. Thanks for that. Let other members take it on now.
Thank you, Mark. I'm just going to, just at this point, say to Roger as well. Roger, if there's anything, I'm sure you're taking notes as you go along here as well. If there's anything you feel that you want to add to this briefing afterwards, please just put it in writing and send it through to us. We don't want to lose your voice in this as well. Just to add that in to yourself, Roger. Sinead, I've got Sinead, then Kelly, and then Alex. So Sinead.
I just wanted to, Mark actually made my point, but maybe just to expand on it, because I made the point last week when we had hospitality, and that actually tap rooms could complement traditional public houses in terms of once that cut-off time at 9 or 10 or whatever it may be, that footfall would then follow through onto the traditional bars. And that point was contested by one of the attendees at the committee, saying that they probably wouldn't allow entry to, they would have their door staff wired off, that if somebody was coming from a tap room, that they probably would deny them entry because of the strength of the beers, and they could see maybe some possible antisocial behaviour as a result of that. So maybe you could just respond to that point. And also a point that's come up time again throughout these sessions is the fact that, yes, while the point of tap rooms is for you guys to promote your local produce, but that other types of beverages could slip in. So in terms of wine or ciders or other types of beers outside your own produce. So how do you see us, putting the nail on that one and just allaying those fears?
I'll take the first one. I'll take the second. The easiest answer to the first one would be our track record with Portrush Beer Festival. I'm not sure if committee members have been into Portrush Town Hall, but we packed that out, about 150 people over a weekend, do Friday and Saturday, and there's not been one single complaint from the police, and not one single complaint from public houses and the hotels. And I'm sorry, but what you heard last week was just plain wrong. Can understand perhaps where it's coming from, but it's not what we have found. And as I said in my short presentation, with the tap rooms that we run, we've never had a single complaint either. And we are very careful about that. We are very careful. We have the cut-off time, and that's that. And please leave and don't be gathering outside making noise. We police it. We're very much aware of it. Absolutely. Errol, did you want to take the second?
Yeah, and just to add to that, that's definitely one of the misconceptions that's been presented, that it's all high-strength beer. It's not true. We make beers down 2%, 3%, 4%, whatever people want. And when it moves to maybe a higher ABV, they're actually served in much smaller servings. Because, think about it, I don't know if you drink beer, you may drink wine, but you never think of filling a pint full of red wine. You just wouldn't do it because it's a higher strength. So some of our beers are served very much like wine, and I think that's probably the closer correlation to what we're actually trying to do and sell than what the current thought of what a pub is. It's very different. On the other producers' products, our goal is to sell our products. That's what this is all about. We need a producer's license to sell our products. We're not asking to sell other people's products. The only kind of overlap, as I've mentioned, is collaboration. Beers or products that we may work with other breweries to make, but our name will be on it, and we will have been involved in the manufacture. And if you wanted to regulate it, maybe it's clear that we are involved in the production of that drink that we sell.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's been very useful in terms of the response to those contentions. Listen, the committee's probably sick of me telling this yarn, but we have a very good local brewery here where I am, Mourne Mountain Brewery, and I visit them. I've visited them lots of times, been at their various tap rooms, and it is very sad that we have the potential to have a really good food and drink tourism product here around Carlingford Loch. But again, we have to be mindful that we do have other traditional bars here too. And I think you hit the nail on the head. I don't know if it was yourself, Errol, or Laurie, in terms of that conversation needs to be had with the more traditional bars, that this there can be a working relationship here, and maybe just dispel some of those misconceptions that keep cropping up time and again. But listen, that's all from me. Thank you.
Can I just add to that? It's that the tap rooms aren't all in the city. The breweries aren't all in the city. We are a rural country, and the breweries are spread across the north. So if you're coming to a tap room in Mourne Mines, if you're coming to a tap room to see Beer Hut in Kilkill, if you're coming to Lacada at Portrush, you'll be travelling to the tap room, and you're generally going to be staying And that's what we find with our tap rooms. They come up on the train, they might come up from Ballymena and stay in the hotel. So they're coming for an experience, and they're not coming to get loaded for the night and go home. If that makes sense. The breweries are spread far and wide, you know. I hope that answers that a bit better.
Yeah, that's perfect, Dory. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on then to Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear me because I think somebody else has controlled my microphone at the moment. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your presentation. I just wanted to go back to something that Andy had mentioned earlier. Can you clarify for me, because there is concern out there that a home brewer or a pub could set up something in the corner. Can you confirm for me the definition of a brewery? What's the difference between a home brewer and a brewery? Is there a volume, a quantity? What's the variance there?
You have to register for producer's license with HMRC, and you will have to give them a volume forecast, an annual volume forecast each year. The point is, how viable as a business are you going to be? And to be viable as a brewery business, you do need a significant amount of kit and a significant amount of volume to go out. So if you want to set up with a home brewer, on a 20-litre home brewing kit, it's impossible. It's impossible on 100 litres, it's impossible on 200 litres. You're going to need to start a brewery at the very minimum of 400-litre brewery kit, and you'll be working flat out, and your fingers will be worn to the bone. And there's not enough days in the week for you to do what you want to do. I hope does that help you?
To be honest, I'm trying to sort of satisfy myself that there would be, you can imagine that pubs don't want someone to come in and set up a pub in the city centre through the back door by claiming to be a brewery and having a tap room. So I'm trying to sort of satisfy that there has to be enough of a production involved with the brewery, to make it that so it's not just a pub with something added on. It actually has to be within.
The breweries could help you set a volume on that, and if you go across the breweries in Northern Ireland, we could give you a figure between us all and say, look, this is what we regard as the average figure, volume-wise, that's needed. Absolutely.
Okay. In the current proposals of the legislation, the local producer's licence, it says here that a local producer's licence shall not authorise the sale of intoxicating liquor unless it is produced in the production premises. Earl, I'm quite keen to tease out this sort of multi-brewery approach. How does that work, and how will that fit into that part of the legislation?
I hadn't thought of those particular words, but the way that collaborations happen are in many different ways. We've done a collaboration with Beer Hub. We've done a couple of them where we have gone down to their premises and we have brewed together. So we've developed the recipe together, we've gone through the brewing together, and more importantly, we've actually shared the costs of actually producing the beer, and then we took half of the product each. In the COVID times, we have done a collaboration where we're actually separate and we've brewed our own beer on our own premises, but the recipe, the name, how the label looks, the ABV, that was kind of all agreed together. So there's different models, but we're definitely both involved in the production of the beer.
Okay, it's just if there's parts of the legislation that we can certainly see moving forward, but if we're going to talk about it being produced in the production premises, for it to qualify, I just would be concerned that what does produced in the production premises mean? Is it wholly or partly? So it's something that I would be a bit concerned about. Chair, I just have another couple of questions here. So you've talked about your relationship with pubs, and you've spoken to us about why occasional licences wouldn't necessarily work. You've also explained, if the current proposals go forward, the impact on the future of your businesses. you were talking there about selling your own produce only. I'm quite keen to examine that, because one of the concerns that we have heard from pubs and hospitality is that it would be, as you have tried to explain, or you have explained to us, that what you're offering a tap room is very different to a pub. Are you content then where it says in the current legislation that it's only the sale of that intoxicating liquor that's produced in your premises, that no other offer would be able to be made then?
That's right.
Yeah, you have enough with that then. Obviously, under this licensing, it doesn't include soft drinks, but you're happy enough that it wouldn't be a case that somebody could come along and say there's a group there, some of them have your beers and some of them are looking for something else, like a glass of wine or something, that wouldn't be available.
It's happened with us in our tap rooms, and to patiently explain, no, it's not wine here. You're going to have to go to a pub. Similarly, you got the rugby on this afternoon? No, we haven't got an entertainment's license and it's a tap room. If you want the rugby, and we tell them where the local bars are the best place to go and watch the rugby and drink their pint of Guinness. So they would stay and have, a couple of hours, and then they're off to watch the rugby. Or, there was somebody who wants wine, they both have to leave and drink the wine.
Okay, and I just wanted to check with you as well. It's already been brought up about the rates, because the change of business, going from just being a producer to actually selling on site, will change the rates. But I'm just thinking about your own business. So I want you to have a think about the percentage of the current market that you have, and if you're allowed to then sell your own produce, closed or open on site, what impact do you think that's going to have to your business? What's the sort of percentage growth that you could see happening if you're allowed to do that for your production? And will that sort of have a big change on what is called a local brewer and make you into something more? Or do you still see that as being a smaller production? Could it double production, for instance?
It can be 6 or 1.5 dozen the other. It would depend on... You'd have to sit down, write the business plan, work out what distinct area of the brewery you would operate as a tap room, the overheads on that, and then what we would get through the door. And sometimes that's a finger in the air, and also with us, there's a seasonality, obviously, which we are tied into. It's a difficult one to answer, Kelly. It's a difficult one.
I'm just thinking with that change to the business purpose and the potential substantial increase to rates, it means then that your income, your turnover would need to be increased. I take it for yourselves, you've already said that you supply to 5 bars, that wouldn't be such an issue to deal with that. But I'm just wondering how many, just thinking across the local brewery, sector, how much that's going to cause a problem, because you say seasonality has a game or a part to play in this game.
I think we'd like to have that challenge, Kelly. It's like any business, you got to work out if you're viable. I think the most important thing for us is to get ourselves to be in a position where we are a sustainable business. We want to be in Portrush for the next 100 years. We want to create something, a rock that people know exists and want to come to Portrush to come and try and taste our products. We want to employ lots of people in the local area. That's really important. And to be a sustainable business, we don't have to be massive. We never want to be a macro supplier, but we got to get to a certain size, and we know what that size is. And the only way that we as a business can guarantee that we can get to that size is to be able to sell the product ourselves, to have our own destiny in our own hands with the producer's license. That's the most important thing. And there will be other breweries that won't be able to afford a tap room because maybe their product just isn't as good. Maybe the location that they're in isn't as viable to be able to attract people to that area. There's going to be loads of factors. But we know where we are on the tourist track that we could be sustainable long term, and ultimately that's what we want to be.
Can I just check with you as well, just my last question, Chair. Do you guys sell outside of Northern Ireland?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I just check with you then, any issues currently with that supply chain, getting that produce sold outside Northern Ireland. The reason why I'm asking that is because we know after 9/11, for instance, the ability to sell liquids back and forth to America became a little bit more difficult. I'm just thinking about the supply chain issues that we're currently seeing now. I'm hoping that they will settle down very quickly. But if you're not allowed to sell your own produce here, from a tap room, or if you have to depend on other bars, that market selling outside of Northern Ireland would be what sort of percentage of the business is that?
We about 25%. It's extremely worrying at the moment.
Yeah. So it is a tough time coming up for yourselves. Really, for sustainability, you do need to be able to sell. Yeah. Okay. No, that's brilliant. Thank you very much. That was quite enlightening. Good to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I then finally have Alex.
Okay. Hi, thank you for your presentation. Excuse my ignorance. I've learnt new stuff today. I thought a tap room was a bar, so I've learnt something new. So thank you for that. And just to say, I'm not unsympathetic to what you're saying. So just to help me with my education on this, are tap rooms operating in England, Scotland, and Wales? Are they like to operate the way you would like them to operate here, if you could?
Well, there's certainly, I don't know, there's probably particular nuances in Scotland and Wales to England, but I've certainly been to several in England, and they work really well, and it's definitely part of the tourist trail, There's an area in London where you can go from tap room to tap room and try different breweries' beers. It's a very popular pastime.
It's very, very different. I was trying to paint a picture, Alex, but it's very different to a bar. You're in the brewery, the fermentation vessels are there, the production process is there, and it's quite Spartan. It's quite sparse, furniture-wise, etc. So that's really what I was trying to give a picture of the experience of what they are. I hope that helped.
Yeah, no, thank you. So if you were like to operate here the way you would like, do you envisage tap rooms springing up everywhere, or do you think it would just be a small...
I think a number of the microbreweries will avail of the opportunity. I think a number of us won't. As for springing up, no. It's as I was trying to explain a bit earlier, a tap room wouldn't be a backdoor to open a premises where you can serve alcohol. It's not a viable business thing to do. You've got to attain a certain level of skill as well to make a very good craft beer. It just doesn't happen. If I can explain really what craft brewers are like, we're actually extremely passionate, extremely creative. Yes, a little bit nerdy. And if someone did go forward with that, the tap room would fail business-wise very quickly. The marketplace would find you out.
Okay. So, would you be happy if you were allowed to operate? And are you saying to me that you would definitely be happy that you were time limited, like 2 to 9, as you were saying, that there was no entertainment license, and with all those restrictions, you would be content?
I was saying 2 to 9 an hour. I was saying we could be have the option to go to 11 if we wished, but it's not a pub. It's not what we want.
Yeah, okay. I'm not unsympathetic to you, so thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Andy, you wanted to come back?
Just one quick supplementary. in response to codes of practice, you mentioned about it being industry led. Do you currently have any type of code of practice in respect, thinking more towards likes of the stronger beers? Is there any sort of theme across the microbreweries as to how that should be operated?
How what should be operated?
In terms of a code of practice within the microbreweries at the moment, in terms of a harmonisation across the different microbreweries and how they operate, or is it very much at the discretion of each microbrewery? Do you have any type of code at the moment where there's an understanding of operating under the same type of code?
I don't think there's a joint code. Maybe Laurie, you know of one, but it's more just the way that the products are served is very similar in every tap room. Again, if you're looking at a higher ABV beer, it's very expensive or gets more expensive, so they're actually served in smaller vessels because it makes more sense to drink them in smaller vessels. And also, the craft beer drinker wants to try lots of different beers, not just sit and have one all night.
And so suppose if tap rooms were to be permitted under the legislation, would that be something that you would be open to in respect of a wider industry code, in respect of how the tap rooms would operate across the board?
Yeah, I think it would be responsible. Maybe just the number of units within a vessel in each serving might be a good way to do it.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Andy. I suppose just want to say I've very fond memories of, I think it was maybe 2017, going to the Beer and Cider Festival in Belfast, and while I was there being asked to be a judge for the cider competition. And I mean, it's absolutely right. People are there drinking in very small glasses because some of the beers are rather strong. It's all done in a very organised, very dignified manner. Though in saying that, after testing 10 ciders, yeah, it got a bit hairy for myself. But it's something that I noticed, that it wasn't that these people were going out to get, wasted. They were going out to do a tasting because they wanted to taste the flavours and taste the beers. So I absolutely get where you're coming from on that level. Look, can I say a very big thank you to Laurie and Earl and Roger. Roger, I'm so sorry we couldn't hear your dulcet tones, but as I have said to you, Roger, if you do have anything further you want to add to any of the answers that were given in today's session, please do send it through to us via email, and that will be distributed then forward to all members. So thank you very much for your briefing with us today.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, members, we're going to just take a very short comfort break before we resume our next briefing.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room.
Okay, we'll move on then to agenda item number 8, which is the Society of Independent Brewers Association. Briefing us again on the Licensing Registration of Clubs Amendment Bill. Members, you'll find this agenda at page 59 of your meeting pack. Can I then welcome to the meeting Barry Watts, who's Head of Policy and Public Affairs, and Bruce Gray from Left-Handed Giant Brewing Company. Absolutely love that name. Barry, are we going to head over to you first to begin your brief?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to the members of the committee. Bruce and I just want to give a few introductory remarks before we move on to your questions, and very much look forward to briefing you and talking to you about this really fundamentally important issue. Just about the background, so my name is Barry Watts. I'm the Head of Policy and Public Affairs at the Society of Independent Brewers. SEBA represents about 750 small independent breweries across the whole of the UK, including 5 currently in Northern Ireland. But we work very closely with the whole of the industry, including those that are not yet members. Now, we think that this bill represents a moment in time to future-proof the legislation in Northern Ireland and open up the potential of small breweries by allowing them to have tap rooms. Our written evidence that hopefully you've had a chance to have a look at over shows you that positive case for tap rooms, which are an increasingly important part of small breweries' business. And they provide 4 key areas, a vital source of income, employment, tourism, and regeneration. And before we move on to your questions, I just wanted to kind of briefly touch on some of the comments that have been made by others to this committee and some of those perceptions that may have formed through those sessions. I think providing small breweries with the ability to open tap rooms would not undermine the current marketplace, but actually support communities and encourage people to seek out craft beer in their local pubs. Craft beer is very varied. Our members use traditional methods to vastly increase the variety of beer that's available now. They rediscovered lost or forgotten styles of beer, and they often use experimental ingredients to create things such as saisons, sours, pales, IPAs, porters and stouts. But many of these craft beers are not high in alcohol. Our member surveys have consistently shown over a number of years that the average ABV, average alcohol, is about 4.2%, which is actually lower than many mainstream lagers that you can buy in pubs. And our members have actually led the way in the development of low and no alcohol range, which is now on offer across the whole of the UK. And importantly, craft beer is often served in smaller measures as well. Tap rooms aren't a threat to pubs. Small breweries are not looking to replace pubs or shut existing venues or force people out of a job, but the tap room offers greater choice, allows small breweries to grow their businesses, and actually supports local pubs. I think tap rooms are very different to these pubs, bars and restaurants in that they provide an experience and a community space. They fulfil those same important regulatory requirements as other places where alcohol is served, and they act as a safe and supervised venue for the consumption of alcohol. I just want to say to the committee that at the moment I find it a lot easier for me to buy a Northern Irish craft beer in London, where I live, than I do when I last visited Belfast. I think including tap rooms as part of this bill is therefore essential to the future of Northern Ireland's breweries, and I hope the committee will support an amendment to the bill to give small breweries in Northern Ireland the chance they need to succeed.
Okay, thank you, Barry. Bruce, have you anything you want to add to that at this stage?
I hope you don't mind my winter attire here. I'm in a very cold warehouse.
I know, I was going to say, I saw that and I was going to thinking, my goodness, that poor guy, his heating must be broken, but you're in the warehouse.
I hope you don't mind the lack of shirt and tie. I'm Bruce Gray. I'm the managing director of Left Handed Giant. We're a tap room led brewery based in Bristol. I guess first of all, we operate a tap room along with a brewery and a warehouse in Bristol, which is where most of what we do started. But we also operate a brew pub and a craft beer specific bar in the centre of Bristol. So we operate across 3 different premises in the city, and we have done since 2013. And obviously this conversation is about Northern Ireland. All I can really do is tell you what we do and why we do it, and hope obviously that resonates and gives you some of indication as to what these things would be beneficial in your area. So we're a small brewery. We operate under 5,000 hectolitres, which is the duty barrier, so the definition of a small brewery under 5,000 hectolitres. Currently, certainly that's looking like changing and adding additional pressure onto small breweries. But yeah, we're a small brewery, and I think fundamentally at the base of it, what the reason that we started off with a tap room, and that I thought it was so important, and you see this echoed up and down the length of the UK as well. So this is not just unique to us, but the reason that we started with a tap room is because starting a small brewery is contrary to how it may appear from the outside, is a very, very difficult and not very fun job. The margins that are available to small breweries and the scale, the level of investment and the scale that you can start at, unless obviously you're backed by a big business, it's extremely difficult to squeeze margin out of a brewery which is only selling it to wholesale and direct to trade, i.e. not selling it straight to consumers at all. Extremely difficult to squeeze any margin. And because of that, one of the only places that a brewery is able to squeeze significant margin is via direct consumer trade within a tap room, inviting people down to their brewery and selling glasses of beer and cans of beer to them to take away. I would say to you, if you look at the length of the UK, almost without fail, the breweries that have managed to establish themselves, to grow and find stability, are the ones that have done so via tap room in the first place. That applies to us, and as I say, there's 2,000 odd breweries in the UK. More than half of them had opened in the last 5 or 10 years. Probably higher than that. I think I've not got certainly the volume of opened in the last 5 or 10 years is huge. And the ones that have been able to find stability are the ones that have started off via accessing the additional margin that they can via a tap room. I would say to you that it is almost crucial that small breweries have the ability to sell beer straight to consumers. But that's obviously the directly bottom line commercial side of it. And there's far more to it than that. And I think that there's a lot of the questions that were thrown to the group before us that we'll probably get to cover again in the Q&A as we go on. But there is far more to it than that, because small breweries do not have the marketing budget of big breweries. I mean, that's just a fundamental of it. The big breweries, the reason that most people drink lager is not because it tastes good, it's because the marketing for it is excellent. So when you walk into a pub, you see a brand that you recognise. You walk into a pub, and even if one of us as a small brewery manages to wedge yourself in among all those tied taps, which is incredibly difficult in the first place, even if we do that, we're an unknown brand, and the pubs that are out there, best will in the world, the team that work behind the bar are not educated, are not passionate, are not excited about the products that we are selling. So when someone walks up to the bar and says that they want a beer, the people behind the bar have no motivation or interest in pushing our product upon people, explaining what it is, why it's different, that it's local, the ingredients, why it's usually a little bit more expensive, why it tastes a little bit different to what they'd be drinking normally. The only place that we can really bridge that gap and educate our customers, get them bought into who we are, what we are, why we're different, gain their loyalty is across our own bars. And that is one of the margin side of things, like the additional profit is important, but just as important is a small brewer's ability to meet their customers and form a connection. Once that connection is formed, educate the customers as to why the product is different. So when they do go into the cities and they do see our beers on that lineup of all those different taps, they ignore the Carling or the Tennent's or whatever is poured in your local area, and they go for that small independent brewery's beer, which is sitting right in the centre there, which usually costs a little more, but they're happy to pay that because they know where the brewery is, they know it's a local brewery, they know it's it's people that are in the local area, they know when they put the money into that beer and that brewery, that money is going full circle back into the local economy, rather than most circumstances disappearing off into usually a tax haven somewhere. So that's the more marketing side of it. But at the back end of that, I listened to the presentation by Hospitality Ulster, I think it was last week before I came on here, and honestly, the competition side of things, I find that to be a weirdly defeatist attitude to take. My experience, so what I didn't say at the start, I introduced myself. My previous job was as the operations director of the Brewery bars, where I obtained and opened bars almost in every major city on mainland UK. So I have experience in opening up craft beer bars in areas that are potentially declining, and bars that have been closed in city centres that are not craft beer-led places. And my experience, the length and breadth of the country, is that a rising tide lifts all ships. You have small businesses, small breweries that come in, open tap rooms. They add to the diverse ecosystem that can exist within a city's nightlife, and that excites people. It educates people. It impassions customers to want to go out and experience the things that are going on. If you have a nightlife that is stale, that is selling the same product, that is selling the same experience pub to pub to pub, people get fatigued and stop going out, and that is why pubs shut. The pubs that are shutting, the pubs that are endangered, and this goes to length, I'm not talking necessarily specifically about Northern Ireland or Belfast. This is the length of the UK. The pubs that are shutting are doing so not because there's not enough customers. There's more people in cities now than there ever have been. They're shutting via a lack of interest. The brands, the businesses, the people that are generating interest, the city centres that are thriving, are the ones that have embraced their local produce and allowed them to find a platform. Now, the bars that existed before benefit from that too, because there's more people, there's more footfall, there's more interest. And I think that's a really, really important thing to understand when you're looking at the potential of additional licences. It's not, in my experience, I say this is not just in Bristol, this goes the length of the UK, in my experience, that given the opportunity, that the addition of tap rooms, the addition of great, passionate, independent producers can benefit everyone, not just the people that are operating the breweries themselves.
Okay, Bruce, thank you for that. And it was good actually to get that experience of how things are working over in other parts of the United Kingdom. And it's good to hear that. And thank you, Barry, as well. I suppose, Barry, I'd probably come to you and just ask you a question. In your submission, you'd stated that you wanted the opportunity for a level playing field in allowing small producers to open the tap rooms. Can I just ask, if it's not legislated for in this bill, what do you believe would be the impact on small producers?
So, tap rooms are a fundamental, a vital source of income, regeneration, employment. And I think that this issue isn't going away. This is a fantastic opportunity for Northern Ireland to look to update and future-proof its legislation to provide those opportunities. I think if you don't take this route now, I think it's not going to go away. Brewers need it to survive for the future. But where we've seen, in the Republic of Ireland, where they've introduced just this very limited sample and a tour premises license, then very few, in total only two, one brewery and one brewery distillery, have actually taken up this offer so far. And it just shows you how vital it is, that they have this opportunity to open tap room.
You obviously were listening in to part of our last evidence session, because you would have been on the waiting to come in to speak to us, and you heard various things that they had said. I know the issue to do with the restrictions, opening hours, size of measures. Any comment that you want to make on those?
Absolutely. I think when considering this, it's really important that you look to what's appropriate for the local business, but also the local community, and that's what exists in the licensing laws in England, Wales, and Scotland. That there's a consideration of what's appropriate locally for the business to allow them to have those opportunities to innovate, to grow, but also to the local communities. I mean, the 2003 Licensing Act that Bruce worked under and exists in England and Wales, it has four key aims, which is to prevent crime and disorder, public safety, public nuisance, and protection of children. So it's there to protect public residents, but it's also recognises the important role that licensed premises can have to the local community by encouraging innovation and supporting responsible premises. And I think that's what's important. It's getting that right balance. And you've made it clear that this is what this amendment's all about, is getting the right balance for Northern Ireland. And I think tap rooms can be part of that.
Yeah, could I jump in on that as well?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So within our tap room, I think it's important to recognise, certainly the way in which we operate here, is that we need to apply to our local licensing authority the same way as we would if we were to apply for a bar licence. I mean, it is a bar licence. We operate under exactly the same types of legislation and law as we do in our bar in the city centre. And actually, when it comes to opening hours, when it comes to the types of alcohol we serve, the measures we serve, that's always a conversation with a local licensing officer as you're applying for that licence. So, for instance, in our brew pub in the city centre, there was a great deal of concern over the ABVs of craft beer. And we've got an agreement with that licence particularly that we don't serve anything above 6% in a measure above a half pint. So, within each licence there is the ability, and this would be the same, I'm sure, with the tap rooms in Northern Ireland. Within each licence there is the ability to put parameters in which are appropriate to the area it's in. So, for instance, you've got a tap room which is within a residential area. Give it an earlier closing time. I license this within an industrial area where there's no residents within. I set specific distance, give them a later opening time. Look at the ABVs people are set. If there's concern about the ABVs, there's an easy ability to put restrictions in that. But that's always, it's a conversation with a local licensing officer who knows the local community, who knows the local area, and is able to make sound judgments based upon the various different influences that go into it.
Okay, thank you for that. Members, can you please signal if you want to come in? I know Kelly, albeit we can't see your signal, we did get your message. So Kelly, can I bring you in first?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, folks. You're actually giving us quite a lot of answers here to other questions that we have. I'm very interested just that you were talking there about that each licence can define the strength of products sold and the operating hours. Can I just check then, where that happens, who manages that licence? Is it the local council or? Yeah. So so in England and Wales, Scotland's got the slightly different terminology, but same principle. We have licensing officers. Do you guys have? Yeah. So it's the same people. So so we as a tap room operate under exactly the same laws as a bar. So the people that are currently managing the bar licences would be the people that would then, I assume, begin to manage the taproom licences. It'd be those same people that when you apply for a licence for a taproom, you would. So we, again, I can only speak my own experiences here. So we put a licence application in which details the parameters under which we would like to operate that premises, and then normally there's some negotiation round about that, where the licensing officer comes back and says, well, actually, I think that's too late, and there's a compromise made. The licensing officer says, well, actually, in the instance of the Finzel's Reach Brew Pub, it was, well, actually, you're right in the city centre, you're right on the edge of a park that's quite quiet at night time. And I'm concerned about the strength of ABV. In my opinion, unjustly concerned, but it's still concerned. And we came to a compromise. As I said, it was a case of saying, well, actually, anything that's over 6% will not serve in anything above a half pint. Which actually, and I think this would be echoed across all the breweries that you've been speaking to, was absolutely fine by us, because we would never serve a beer over 6% above a half pint anyway. Part of our principles is about serving alcohol in measures that are appropriate to its strength, and that goes for wine and spirits as well as beer. But so we were perfectly happy to sign up to that stipulation. But yeah, sorry, I'm going on about there. No. This is very useful, because I was just going to ask you there. So you guys go into negotiation. Is there open consultation with other bar owners or tap room owners in the area?
Yes.
There is the ability. So there's a 30-day consultation period when you apply for a licence, and everyone that's local residents, local business owners, all different facets of the council, so fire department, planning, police. Everyone gets to put their opinion forward. If there is no objections to the licence, then it will, generally speaking, be passed without going to a board. But if there's even one objection to that licence, that could be a resident that lives down round the corner saying, for no reason, I just don't want it. It would go to a panel. And everyone has to arrive and have a discussion. And that panel consists of all the different facets of the council and the licensing authority. And there's a discussion made during that, along with the people that are making the licence application and all of those people. And at the end of that, there's a decision made. There's a rigorous process that's undertaken to get to the point where you are granted a licence. And there'd be no ability for for you to end up with a licence that was not appropriate to the local area.
I'm assuming that's the same process then for anybody who wants to open up a pub or a bar.
Yeah.
Just on that then, what's the cost comparison to someone wanting to have their tap room going through this consultation process to a bar setting up a new bar?
A licence application, the cost is the same. The setup of the two things is vastly different. The cost of setting a brewery up with a tap room at the front is vastly more expensive than setting up a bar itself. But actually, I think, was it you that asked the question earlier on about the reference in a back door to opening a pub in the city centre? Yeah, I noted that down when I was listening to it, and I'm glad it came back up actually, because the reality is with a pub or a brewery and a tap room, again there are already legislation in place to manage the usage of those different things. So a pub has a planning consent to be a pub, and a brewery has a planning consent to be a brewery. A tap room is an ancillary use to the brewery. So for instance, we're in a warehouse right now. We've got a tap room downstairs. We couldn't turn this into a pub, for instance, because the planning isn't appropriate for that. So when we put the licence application in for a tap room, we had to display that the tap room was ancillary use to the brewery. Yeah. Does that make sense? And obviously, if you were looking to open a pub, you would have to display that the premises had the correct planning and the main usage was as a pub. For a back door to open a brewery in order to open a tap room, which essentially was just a pub in a city centre, the planning department would catch you at the very outset of that conversation. Like it would be trying to open a brewery with a tap room in the city centre. There'd be far greater hurdles to overcome than just the licence application. So I don't believe that by changing your legislation to allow a brewery to apply for a licence to have a tap room, you would be in any danger of opening a back door to have people sneaking, claiming one usage in order to get another usage.
Yeah. Which is one of the things that had been raised with me concerns, so I'm delighted you've answered that. One of the other things that I had mentioned earlier, and I'll ask you about it as well, and it's my last question, Chair. In the current proposals in our legislation where it talks about, it currently says that you're not authorised to sell intoxicating liquor unless it's produced in the production premises, and it's, as was spoken about earlier, that collaboration of products. Is that a big thing within the local brewery market, and is it something we need to take into consideration?
Absolutely. And also the possibility of breweries, because we for instance started off as was termed a gypsy brewery. So we had no brew kit ourselves and brewed our beer elsewhere. Had a ware, we've got a storage facility where we store our beer and sell it from, and had a tap room there. So, and obviously there are breweries that will either not have their own brew kit, or they will increase their production by using other people's facilities. So they'll brew some beer in other people's facilities along with the beer they brew in their own facility. But again, I think there's with that point, and I don't think there would be, and this is just my, and I appreciate this is just my opinion. I don't think there'd be any need for you guys at this stage to write in stipulations like that into the legislation, because the local licensing officers will always have the ability to put those restrictions in themselves. So they can look at a brewery and their licence application and say, who are you and what are you? Why do you want to serve beer that's made elsewhere? Answer being, we do a lot of collaborations. That can be written into the licence. Answer being that we brew our beer at other people's facilities. That can be written into the licence. I think that certainly within mainland UK, the legislation just allows a brewery to have the right to apply for a licence. So it doesn't give us a right to have a licence. It just gives us the right to apply for a licence. And it's our job at that point to go and persuade the local licensing officers as to what kind of licence we should have and how much freedom we should have within that licence. I think that's probably a really important point to get at this point as well. Certainly for us, we don't have a right to have a licence in any way, shape or form. All we have is a right to apply for a licence.
Okay.
Collaborative beers are a growing phenomenon in the industry now. So more and more, they work together on the recipe. They'll go to one of the breweries and brew it, and then they'll jointly badge it up to have their own logos and jointly sell the beer. And I think it's important that recognise that it's a growing issue, growing thing, and we shouldn't be stopped from actually being able to sell those products, even though that they haven't actually been exactly produced in that brewery at the time.
Yeah.
The other thing I just wanted to ask you was, so if somebody's setting up a tap room, obviously if they have premises like yourself, Bruce, there, you have somewhere where people can see the process, they can take part in that. But I'm thinking about those licensing officers. Then, do they have a list of because the difficulty that we have is there isn't a list of all of the licences across Northern Ireland or where they're all based. You'd have to, as we've been told, you have to go around the district courts to find that out. In your experience of elsewhere within the UK, is there a list of all the licences that's readily available for that licensing officer or the licensing panel, so that they can refer to that?
Yeah, there's a central office in each area. There's not a central office, or there's not a central point for those licences within the country. So Bristol, for instance, has a licensing office. And if I was to want to access the licences in Bristol, I would have to go there. And they say we go for Leeds and Manchester and any other area, which sounds like similar to what you guys have got. So
well, the only thing is the licences that are issued from a district court would be held in that district court. But if you're an enforcement officer and you wanted to look at the detail, or if there's variation in the licences, that's what I think, that there may need to be a listing kept somewhere separate, because a court, it's issuing the licence, but it's not necessarily the enforcement body over that licence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Certainly, the licences are publicly accessible. Yeah. So I don't know if that's whether that's the same there or not, but it's certainly beneficial to everyone, I think, to have access to those things in a centralised point.
Openness and transparency is always the way. Thank you very much, guys. That has been really, really helpful. Really appreciate it.
Okay.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Kelly, any other member want to ask anything? I don't see any other hands up on our remote people. So, no. Oh, we do. Mark has now put his hand up. Mark? Okay, Mark, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Bruce and Barry for that presentation. It was really, really interesting. I mean, there's clearly a lot of enthusiasm and an awful lot of expertise there. It was just looking, I was particularly, I found the kind of circular economy argument that Bruce put forward very, very effective and impactful. I think that's something that really does need considered, and that's it, about keeping money here, hard-earned cash. Here, there's not a lot of it, but it's important that we do retain that spend or that profit in the north here. Now, the other point Bruce made, and it was very good again, and it was talking about the diversity of offer in city centre and the rising tide lifting all boats. And I think that itself is very compelling and convincing. However, when we look, that was in relation to the bars end of things and his experience opening them. Yet here we have brewers who are trying to allay the concerns that some people have by saying that they won't be in the city centre and that they are industrial in nature and will be in industrial estates outside of the city centre. I was just wondering, is there any way of kind of squaring that circle, Bruce?
Yeah, for sure. To give you the experience in Bristol, which again is echoed throughout mainland UK certainly. When we opened in 2013, there were 2 breweries in the city, and we took on our small bar at that point, with a chunk of rent free, very cheap rent. There was empty premises throughout the city, the rise of independent breweries for a start, but there are, there's distilleries that come off the back of that. There's just local produce has exploded throughout Bristol, and now you look at it, and there are over 20 breweries, most of whom have tap rooms. There is not an empty bar in the city centre. We have been looking for some time, COVID aside, to take on more premises. Can't find them. The city is vibrant, and to square that circle, the reason for that is because people in Bristol have embraced the local scene, and then by extension, the bars that were sitting empty are opened by people that are excited by the local scene. They showcase it, they're passionate about it, they're excited about it. The other bars round about them begin to also showcase in among their normal offering things from the local scene. And you end up with more footfall, you end up with more people, you end up with more money being spent, not just in the city centre, when the tap rooms round about the city centre. It just increases the tide of people that are consuming and that are spending. It also increases hugely to Bristol has turned into a destination venue for craft beer, for local produce. People travel to the city in normal times every weekend to come and experience the produce as fresh as it possibly can be that the city has to offer. The bars, the breweries that have opened up, the 20 odd breweries, there is less than a handful of us. There's less than 5. I'm trying to, maybe 3 that I can think of the top of my head. They've got bars in the city centre. They all have tap rooms in the industrial estates that circle the city centre. They're not overtaking the city centre with their own premises. All they have done is create a point of focus and a point of excitement, a point of passion for the people that are consuming in the city. We have one street, the street that my bar's on actually. That when we took that bar on was almost empty. There was 2 other pubs that were open at that point, and it has turned into one of the best beer streets in the UK. People travel from all over the UK to come down and visit King Street. It's turned into, and that's not breweries. That is entrepreneurs from the local area who have recognised the excitement round about a thing, and they've jumped on board with it. And again, I'm not, that street, King Street, if we were down there now, if the other place hadn't opened up, I think we'd have a good bar down there. It would be busy, but the fact is that we are surrounded now by other people that share our passion. And the street has got busier and busier and busier, and the gravity to it has increased and increased, to the point now where it is absolutely packed. More assumed competition has led to more business.
No, sounds great. Like the chair did in a previous meeting, I lament the fact that we can't do more site visits or any site visits at this present juncture. As regards other points that have been raised there, and it was around the responsible drinking element and the APVs, I think it's fair enough to surmise that the last thing that any brewer wants is a piss up in their brewery. to borrow a phrase, basically, because you're in an industrial setting. Some companies aren't going to find it, or well, they're going to find it difficult anyway, I think, and some won't find it viable. We spoke there in an earlier session about an increase in the cost of rates that a business would have to pay if they had the tap room. And insurance, what are the insurance implications for opening a tap room in an industrial setting?
There are additional costs. Certainly, it's on our insurance policy, and it increases the cost of it. But one of my opening comments was about the increase in margin. In any business there's a balancing act of potential for additional income and margin versus increased costs to access that additional revenue and margin. And there's a thing, the breweries that potentially have the access to opening up a tap room, some choose not to. Either the location or the type of product they've got, or the type of people they are. It might not be appropriate to that type of offering, but many will look at it and see it as being a balance that most definitely is worth the additional costs.
Yeah, but I mean, it's hard to envisage, and having spoken to and heard from a number of businesses or individuals working in the sector now, I don't think irresponsible drinking or promotion of that is going to be an issue. No. I mean, the last thing, whenever margins are tight enough as it is, you don't want a scenario where you're having to employ door staff or security personnel and things like that. It is a pretty controlled environment.
Yeah, in Bristol, the centre of Bristol, as most city centres, has had a very big problem with problem drinking over the course of the last 20, 30, 40 years. People are fleeing the harbour side, which is Bristol city centre, stag do, hen do, heavy drinking, pints, shots, fleeing that area to come and drink in King Street, to come and drink in the tap rooms on the outskirts of Bristol, to get away from the drunkenness and the excess that comes along. I find it, honestly, I find it really frustrating on one hand and bemusing on the other, that people have an assumption that craft beer is a problem because of the higher ABVs of some of the products. The problem is people going to pubs. In my opinion, again, the problem I think is people going to pubs, drinking pints of lager that tastes of nothing, slinging 10 pounds down their throat for £2.50 or £3 a pint, and then moving on to spirits and shots. And people are drinking for the sake of the alcoholic impact, not for the experience, the taste, and the flavour. Whereas when people move across to craft beer or discover craft beer, they begin to leave behind the perception that you're drinking alcohol, drinking beer for the sake of the alcoholic impact. You're drinking it for the sake of the experience and the flavour, the experience and the flavour. That's the fundamentals of it. It is a step forward in the consumption of alcohol, not a step backwards.
Brilliant. No, thank you, Bruce. Thanks, Brian. Okay,
thank you. Thanks, Mark. No other members have indicated that they want to speak at this time. Barry and Bruce, can I say a big thank you to both of you for briefing the committee today. We did get then a slightly different perspective, which is good, and so thank you. Learned quite a lot today from our briefing. So thanks again.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, members, we're going to move on then directly to agenda item number 9, which is a briefing from CAMRA on the Licensing and Registration of Clubs Amendment Bill. Members, you'll find the agenda item at page 69 of your meeting pack. Can I then welcome Tom Strainer to the meeting today? And Tom, can I ask you then to begin your briefing?
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for giving us the time. As you said, we're a consumer organisation, and funny enough, CAMRA came about 50 years ago now, after our four founders took a holiday to the Republic of Ireland, and were sort of horrified by the state of the market there in the lack of choice for people who wanted good beer. And that inspired them to come back to the UK and to set up the campaign for Real Ale. And that's something which has run through CAMRA's campaigning since then. It's about making sure that people who like beer have a good choice, they have variety, they have diversity, they have value, and they have quality in what they're drinking. And they're not forced to drink 2 or 3 brands because that's the companies that have a stranglehold on the market. And we think that consumers in Northern Ireland deserve that same decent choice of local, independent, specialised beers, just like everyone else across these islands. So we support this legislation. But as you've heard already from the evidence session, there are concerns about the way the market's operating, and we share those concerns. This stranglehold that the very big macro operators have on pubs. You've heard hopefully what would alarm you, hearing some very emotive language, saying that people are locked out of the draft trade. There's a scandal of breweries being stymied from getting their beers onto taps. And we've heard evidence, and you've heard evidence today about some interesting tactics about, if an independent brand is put onto a tap, there's a threat that, okay, we're not going to supply you with the volume brands that you currently have in your pub. We don't think that the competition in the beer and pubs industry is a bad thing, and it should be welcomed. And as you've already heard, brewery tap rooms operate successfully alongside pubs in Great Britain and across many parts of the world. They're not competition, they coexist with pubs. They, as Bruce said, a rising tide raises all ships. Someone asked, do cask drinkers, do craft beer drinkers spend more? And yes, they do. The cask report, which is a UK report into the cask beer market, showed that people who tend to choose cask beer spend about 30% more in pubs than ordinary drinkers. And these are people that are repertoire drinkers as well, so they're not just drinking cask and craft. They're coming to a pub, they're choosing things that match their mood. But like vegetarians in a social group, they tend to set the venues that people go to. Beer fans want to see the brands they want to see in a pub, and they will be the ones who lead their party to those pubs. So if a pub has great independent brands on, they will get better business. And business for people who aren't going to drink beer but are accompanying the beer drinkers and will be drinking other things in that pub. We feel that, for many years, small independent brewers and cider makers have been at a huge disadvantage compared to competitors, elsewhere in the islands and Europe and further afield. Barry mentioned the fact that it's easier for him to get Northern Ireland craft beer brands in London than it is maybe for drinkers in Northern Ireland. And, conversely, it seems slightly strange that drinkers in Northern Ireland find it easier to order beers online from outside of the nation than they can get brands that are maybe brewed down the road from them. So, we think in order to let these great independent local businesses who bring so much into their communities, who bring so much into their local economies, that offer employment, training, apprenticeship opportunities as well, especially to young people, they need to be able to grow their business, they need to have fair access to the markets. And we think the new category producers licence, needs to be fit for purpose, needs to match this, and should not be overly onerous or restricted in order to allow that growth in that responsible community way that has been discussed by many of the people already so far.
Okay, Tom. Thank you. Thanks, Tom. You've also been listening in, I'm sure, this morning to the various witness sessions that we've had. I want to ask you about the surrender principle. You've highlighted it in your submission to us, that it needs to be examined with a view to reform, albeit it is not within this draft bill. So it's just to ask you, do you feel it should have been in the bill? And just to ask you then again, do you want to see the surrender principle abolished, or do you want to see extra licences be made available?
And we do understand that surrender principle is a tricky issue, and that many people in the industry will have the licences and will be viewing the value associated with that licence as part of the goodwill they built up in their business, and is part of the value of their business. But as you've heard from other people here, it does push up the entry cost to new operators massively, with price of licences, into the hundreds of thousands in some cases. What we're also seeing, and I think is a worry, that these licences, when they are surrendered, often are not going to another local community pub. They're going to either off licences or supermarkets who have the deep pockets to acquire them. And so we're seeing a drop-off in rural pubs, particularly, and rural pubs are incredibly important to the communities that they serve. We know pubs are a force for good. We know that they're serving communities. We know that they're giving people an opportunity to consume alcohol in a responsible way, plus all the other benefits you get from meeting people, talking to people, the way they combat loneliness and things like that. There's also some confusion about the way the surrender principle doesn't necessarily apply to other types of licence. So we think there's some flexibility there in the way that you could create new licences without necessarily having to take licences away from people who feel they've built up value in them. But we would say, it's something which, as you say, maybe it's not something you are looking at the moment, but it is something which needs to be addressed, because it does seem to put an artificial constraint on the innovation, development that you've heard about already from businesses that aren't necessarily identical to pubs. They're offering something different, they're offering a different experience, and they're offering different benefits and values to the communities that they're in.
No, thanks for that. And we know we've heard from previous witness sessions on the issue of the price of licences under the surrender principle, that very much that would knock any small independent brewer or distiller really out of the market when it comes to paying for that, because we know that our supermarkets have much deeper pockets. So you would like to see then, I assume, create a new, or you've said to create a new licence specifically for the likes of yourselves and the people you represent?
Well, we don't represent people who actually operate pubs and breweries. We represent the consumers that use them. But our feeling would be that actually, if you're able to reform the licensing system, if you're able to create different types of licenses, as we've discussed, maybe brewery tap rooms, that adds to the diversity and the choice that drinkers have. It adds to the great variety in the beer market, and that is beneficial to everyone, consumers and licensees alike.
Just another issue then to do with the issue of tied in with pubs. Is there something within this bill then that you feel that we can do when we look at the issue of independent brewers having taps within pubs and all of that sort of stuff? Is there something then within the bill that we could put in, any specifics to allow that to happen under more of a framework?
Yeah, as we've said, we think competition is good. We think that independent brands having access to market is good, not just for them, but for the whole market and for drinkers themselves. So what we're aiming for is a level playing field, and giving brewers the ability to access that market. Now, what we're talking about here is obviously details of the taproom licence and the amendments to that, but certainly we think it's important that it is looked at, the competition issue in Northern Ireland. You've heard some evidence from people already. And as I said, with some quite troubling language about the way competition operates in this market, that people are maybe being frozen out of the market. There's maybe some pretty sharp practice by macro operators to maintain their stranglehold on this market. And it does mean, as you've heard from the people who actually are operating, that small and local brewers and cider makers can't sell their product on tap in the vast majority of local pubs. But they're also restricted from selling through other avenues, through markets, through special events, online and things like that. So I think it's well worth looking at the competition and whether it's healthy or not, and whether actually these great small independents are being unfairly disadvantaged.
Yeah, and I think a phrase that has come up time and time again has been this level playing field, and you said it there yourself. And I mean, it's not only a level playing field for brewers and distillers, it's a level playing field for consumers as well, that needs to be addressed. I'm going to just open up to members. I know I have Kelly wants to ask a few questions. Kelly?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Tom. You're giving us a different perspective now from some of the others that we've spoken about. As you say, there has been quite emotive language used with regards to the competition. I was a bit annoyed whenever I heard others say that they would deny access to their bar for anybody who had gone to a tap room. I'm just thinking from CAMRA's point of view, have you ever come across this in anywhere else in the UK?
I think you do come across it, and I think thankfully elsewhere in the UK it's becoming less of an issue, but certainly we have heard examples of pretty sharp practices in terms of you either get what's called soft loans, where the big brewers with deep pockets will give a very cheap loan to a business, but in return for you only stock our brands. There's approaches where they may be supplied dispense equipment or cellar equipment, but again, that's dependent on, you don't pump anything through those pumps other than the brands that we want you to. And then there's also the sort of holding people to ransom when you say, well, if you dare to support a local independent brewer and put their beer on the bar, we might think twice about whether we're going to supply the volume brands, which is a key part of a lot of pub businesses. The macro lagers are very popular, so pubs need to balance out. And this has been mentioned by several people in the evidence session. This isn't about saying all pubs should only be serving local independent brands. It's about giving that diversity of choice. So if someone walks in wanting a macro lager, they get it. If someone walks in wanting to experience something brewed down the road from them, they also have that choice. They're not shoehorned into that. But I think you're right that this isn't unique to Northern Ireland. It's something which other areas have looked at and they've struggled with, and you don't have quite the same issue here with the tie system that we do in the wider UK. But there's a kind of quasi-tie in terms of the soft loans or the supply agreements that people have with the large producers.
But I think from a consumer's point of view, to be refused access at a door because you may have been at a tap room is somewhat concerning. The surrender principle you've spoke about with the chair there, unfortunately, as we know, within the legislation, we could set limits on how much a licence is. There already is a cost for a licence through the courts, the official licence. The surrender principle means that there's a negotiation, a private sale, barter happens, and that's what's pushing the prices up here. That's not something I don't think that this legislation can deal with, because the current rules regarding the cost of licence are quite affordable. It's that private sale that happens because of the reduced numbers here. So I think when you've said about getting a licence for independent brewers is the only way around that, and if they have to be tied to a production area, their brewery, then that's it. I take it then you have no problems whatsoever with any of the other content about children, the change to children being able to be on premises, the late licensing laws. Is there anything else that CAMRA has had a look at within our legislation considerations and has concerns about, or everything else fair enough?
No, I think we're supportive of this step forward that's being taken. I think our general concerns over any of the particular details in legislation would be adding on too many onerous restrictions and front-loading the start of the process. I think, as Bruce very articulately talked about, there are measures in place already and lots of hoops people have to jump through to get a licence in the first place. And I think we need to trust those processes that are already in place rather than putting a lot of additional restrictions in to deal with a tiny minority of problems, when in fact the majority of operators are going to be hugely responsible. Their name's above the door. And unlike a pub, say, when a tap room is ancillary to the brewery business, it's very much in their interest to preserve their reputation as a brewery. So they don't want to be running irresponsible tap rooms. They don't want to be seen as causes for problems. So I think it's about trusting operators to do the right thing and trusting in the processes that already exist to control and enforce, if necessary, if people then, there are complaints and problems. And as you've heard from people previously in this session, there are very few complaints, and there are measures in place if someone's in a residential area or there's noise issues on a case-by-case basis to make sure that licence is suitable for that area, rather than having blanket restrictions which restrict everyone unfairly, we'd suggest.
And just on that, I'm just thinking about that local, as Britt had described, the local council, the same laws really apply to the bar, but same people who manage the bar licences are managing those taproom licences. I'm just thinking, as far as customers are concerned, is there anything there that causes concern? For instance, I'm worried about the 30-day consultation period, where Bruce, and maybe I picked him up wrong, seemed to indicate if there was one objection, then it would go to the panel. You could basically have it that a local bar could object to anybody else having a licence and force it to go to a panel.
I think you're right. Sometimes the consultation period, which we agree with, you need consultation on these things, but it does sometimes lend itself to people objecting for maybe not strictly legitimate reasons. You'd hope that's picked up in the licensing process. And you also get examples of people who have bought a house next to a pub that already exists, and then when they apply for an extension of the licence or something, they then complain about the noise from the pub that they knew was there when they moved in. So I think you're always going to have those issues, but I think broadly the consultation periods work. I think they're important to ensure that those hoops are jumped through by these operators to make sure they're doing so responsibly and lessening their impact. Because, operators don't want pubs to be a problem, consumers don't want pubs to be a problem, and generally the vast majority of pubs operate incredibly successfully in their communities thanks to the existing legislation that's there, and provide great services in a responsible way to people.
If there was changes made to the current proposals to enable tap rooms to take place, what do you expect, sort of as a guesstimate, I suppose, the percentage, of craft beers or craft, any of those drinks? What percentage of the market could we see an increase to? At the moment in Northern Ireland, I can't imagine it being a very substantial percentage of the market, but from your experience elsewhere, how has that enabled that local product to grow, and what percentage do you think that it could make in Northern Ireland?
It's really tricky to put a figure on things, especially under I'm going to use the cliche, these very strange circumstances. The trend we've seen has actually been a slight decline in the beer market, and I think that's why it's really important to encourage the craft beer market, because the one thing that has revitalised interest in beer has been craft beer. It's really reignited interest in people. And to use that other cliche again, it's the rising tide, where the more interest you have in interesting beers, actually people return from wine and gin and all the other things and back to the beer market. Even if they're drinking the macro brands, they're just seeing another interesting thing that they can try. So, and as you've heard, there's 30 or 35 breweries in Northern Ireland who might take advantage of this. I don't think you're going to see a huge increase in the percentage, but if you just incrementally saw a few more pubs putting local brands on their bar, you're going to start seeing that reversal of a decline in beer sales to an increase in beer sales and supporting. And a really important point that was made by several people already, this is money which is inside the economy. It's not being taken out and siphoned out by big companies. It's money that's being earned in the local economies, reinvested into local economies. And if you can see an increase in that, however small, it's going to be beneficial.
Yeah, absolutely. Just say locally, I have Ecklandville Distillery, just not too far away from my mat now. And the boost to the local economy has been extraordinary. And while they're making whiskies and gins, it's remarkable. But no, thank you very much for that. Very, very useful again. Thank you very much, Tom.
Okay, Kelly, thank you. Robin?
I kind of thank Mr. Strainer for coming along to us today and welcome the evidence that he's presented to us. As Kelly Armstrong said, it's from a different perspective. Can I just ask, the emphasis to allow tap rooms has been that the manufacturer of the beer should be allowed to sell their products on the site. Would you envisage a change in the legislation to allow the brewery to actually bring in other beers for sale in the tap room?
At the moment, our general hope is that we can just allow producers to sell their own products in their tap rooms, and a word that's been used quite a lot already is control, to have the control over how they sell their products in their own tap rooms. I think, as Bruce said, there's possibilities when you have collaboration brews, or maybe they've joined forces with another brewer to produce a special beer. That they might want to sell that as well. And I don't think that's moving massively away from the intention of the legislation. And I think what we're also hearing from brewers in Northern Ireland is that they're happy to sell their own produce, and they don't see a massive need to sell lots of other things. As you've already heard, they're not looking to recreate a pub experience. This is a very different experience. It's a showcase for their products. And it's in their interest to showcase their products rather than dilute that with lots of other different products, with few exceptions. Again, if they've been involved in a collaboration brew somewhere, in which case both brewers would probably make it available in their shops. But I don't think we'd be pushing for, opening this up massively to allow them to sell whatever they like in their tap rooms.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Robin, thank you. No other member has indicated that they want to ask any questions at this stage. So can I then just thank you, Tom, for coming and briefing us today. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Bye-bye. Okay, members, we're going to then move straight on to agenda item 10, which is a briefing from Unite the Union on the licensing and registration of clubs amendment bill. Members, you'll find this at agenda item at page 86 of your meeting pack. Can I then go on and welcome Neil Moore to our meeting today? Neil, do you want to go ahead and brief the committee?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Obviously, this bill represents the biggest shake-up in licensing and potentially in our industry, second only to the effects of the pandemic over the past year. I'm obviously here as Unite the Union's hospitality coordinator, and we have an established presence in this sector now in the past 2 to 3 years, and importantly, an increasing membership, which is attempting, and people are joining the union to tackle some of the issues and long-standing and well-publicised issues around a lack of workers' rights, breaches of employment rights, and the bad rep that the sector has around this. So our evidence and our submission to this bill is purely on the basis of the concerns of workers. But also, I think this bill represents an opportunity to strengthen workers' rights, potentially with the inclusion of social clauses around licensing, but also addressing some of the issues that already exist under the current licensing regime around workers working antisocial hours, but also, further kind of extending rights as licenses come up for review. So while we broadly support this bill, and it is a positive in tackling some of the more regressive elements of our licensing regime, which are obviously a pain to workers and not just employers in terms of enforcing some of the what can appear to people outside of Northern Ireland as being quite arbitrary restrictions. I'm purely here on the basis of what we can do to strengthen this bill, and amendments that Unite the Union and our membership would like to see put in place. And other than that, and I'm sure there's some questions in terms of our written submission, there has been some opposition from our members, particularly on the grounds of health and safety, to the extension of drinking up time. There's not a lot of research that has been done on this, so I'm sure the committee can appreciate a lot of this has come in anecdotally from our members that we've surveyed and spoke to about this bill, but there was actually quite emotive opposition to that extension, pure on the basis first and foremost of drinking up time, as other submissions to this committee over the past couple of weeks have highlighted, of being quite difficult to get customers out. There's high incidences, much more higher than during the normal hours of operation in that sort of last half an hour period of drinking up time, violence, of abuse and harassment against staff. And I think there's a certain logic behind our members' opposition to an extension in drinking up time could lead to an increase in those incidences. Further to that, we are concerned about the expectation of workers of working later into the night or the early hours of the morning, through both the extension of licensing hours on occasion, and this extension of drinking up time as well. I think it is well known by many that there are issues around the working time regulations, working time directives, expectation on workers in this sector to work long hours, and then that will be followed by coming in very early the next morning. See, our industry leaders will say that this is an exception. This is a few rogue employers, but from our findings, this is becoming all too common in the industry, and we feel that the bill should take a look at that, and it should be considered in this bill. The final point that I want to make is around both the industry codes of practice and the potential for conditions to be placed on licences. I think our licensing officers do need a bit more scope in any shake-up to the regulations to be able to take submissions from other relevant bodies other than the likes of the PSNI or the authorities on this, and that should include representative bodies of workers. We're the only representative organisation of workers in this sector with a significant membership. There are indeed, of course, other unions with a smaller membership, and we feel that will further strengthen our licensing regime, will further help us tackle rogue employers, but will also strengthen rights in this sector by allowing for that and allowing for some conditionality and social clauses to be placed in licences, as is being done and explored in Britain, particularly in Scotland, where obviously licensing falls a lot on local councils, and there are a series of changes being proposed across Scotland, including ensuring staff get home safely, tackling the scourge of sexual harassment, which is particularly sharp in this sector, but also in encouraging employers to sign up to what's a Scottish Government initiative, the Principles of Fair Work, which is something that I appreciate, not purely within the scope of this bill, but it would certainly be a step forward towards strengthening workers' rights if those submissions were allowed.
Okay, Neil, thank you for that. And I think actually that point you made there to do with the industry code of practice, that might actually lead to us actually having a separate witness session to do with industry codes of practice, just to get a bit more information on how all of that actually works in practice. So thanks for highlighting that there to us. I just want to highlight a couple of things that you'd put in your paper, and you'd mentioned there about the drinking up time. And I know as a committee we have looked at the drinking up time, and we have looked at the effect that will have on our criminal justice system, the effect that might have on our health service, the effect that might have on our taxi drivers, all of those people, but we haven't really honed in to the effect that actually has on staff. And you're absolutely right. When I was reading your submission, just the risk that poses to staff at times, because of excess alcohol, I suppose, being the root of that problem. Now, we know that the bill as drafted allows for regulations to revert back to the 30 minutes, presumably to allow a review of how the hour will work. Would you be able to support the extension if the review was guaranteed in some way? That would be looked at to see how the extension worked, and if it wasn't working from all concerned, including the staff side, how would you feel about that?
Yeah, we can appreciate that it is a bit conditional in terms of what we're saying about an expected increase in abuse or in the violations of workers' rights to rest periods. I think a review would have to be essential if this is ruled out in terms of that, and I think it should be something that should heavily consider the views of workers. I think there are going to be responsible employers that are going to ensure that staff get their correct rest periods. However, we're deeply concerned about the impact that it's going to have on staff, where employers can't see the wood for the trees in terms of this, and also potential employment law changes down the line where those rest periods may come under threat.
And I suppose as we come out of the pandemic and go into a post-COVID society, we're going to see certainly those employers want to see as long hours as possible to make money or to recoup money, because we know they're in great financial difficulty as well. And that brings me on to the other issue that I want to talk to you about, was the Easter opening. You put in some concern about Easter opening around staff and had mentioned about opting out. that Easter period, for example, for religious reasons. I mean, I know certainly that for many people, whether it's Easter Sunday or any other Sunday, it's important. Any Sunday is important to them. It doesn't have to be Easter Sunday to be important to them. And we know whenever that our shops and stuff started to open on Sundays, there were certain things put in place that staff wouldn't be put under pressure. Do you think that we need to put something in the bill, or should that be in subsequent regulations after that?
I think this is an opportunity to amend the bill to include the option for staff to opt out of working around the Easter period, and of course we've also included provision for staff that have non-Christian beliefs as well, to potentially object to the being involved in the sale of alcohol during certain periods as well. I think that is something that does heavily fall within the remit of licensing as well as employment law and workers' rights, and I think it would be positive if the committee could take that back and examine potential amendments to the bill around that.
Okay, look, thank you, Nate. Thank you, and thank you for your submission. I'm going to open up to members. I have Kelly has asked to come in. Kelly.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Neil. Neil, I'll declare an interest here as being a former union rep for BEC2, that's Broadcast, Entertainment, Cinema and Theatre Union. Neil, on that basis of my experience, I find it quite difficult to actually see how in this bill, in this legislation, that human, HR and, how labour relations can be fitted into it. I can certainly see how, if the industry codes of practice could be improved upon for staff, and licensing officers may well take into consideration where there's a bad employer. However, it's proving that. So I'm just thinking about, I know we can talk about anecdotal evidence, but unless we have the outcome of a tribunal where an employer has been found guilty, or something like that. So I'm just worried that we could, put a black mark across a whole industry when actually it's only a few employers that are tearing into it. Now, having worked in a bar for a significant amount of time when I was a lot younger, you're absolutely right. It's prevalent across the whole of the sector that people do work long hours, the pay isn't very good, it is quite challenging conditions, especially if you do have drunk people coming at you, and health and safety is a concern. But that's all labour relations as opposed to licensing. I'm just wondering, has there been any discussion between Unite and the Department of the Economy on improving the situation for workers in this sector? Have you any ideas of how an employee could use or provide the proof for a licensing officer who will not be over the detail, they'll be over the detail of the licence and the regulations that are required for premises such as this, but not necessarily all the HR laws. What sort of proof would you be looking to be included? And I'm actually just thinking as well about social clauses. There is a discussion going on within the Department of Finance at the moment, but it's social clauses tied into government funding. I'm not sure how social clauses can fit into a licensing requirement unless there's a form of enforcement, and again that takes me back to how to prove it.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I'll maybe start on the question around discussions with the Department for Economy. We've met with the Minister on one occasion now, but have had some correspondence back and around the issue of workers' rights within this sector, primarily obviously through the impact of the pandemic, and it's unfortunately had to go down the route of discussing redundancies and redundancy protections, as opposed to engaging much more positively about how we can actually strengthen workplace rights. But I think from that, there is a point around employers and the industry facing a new normal coming out of this pandemic. And the expectation of workers and our members is that with an extension to the rights of employers to open later, to be able to generate more sales and more turnover, there should be naturally an extension in workers' rights and also in the compensation of workers for working those longer hours. I think would be a shame if the bill couldn't look in more detail at social clauses, but also at taking submissions from representative bodies of workers rather than individual employees, where we can prove, obviously, where an employer has been irresponsible in their employment practices. For example, through tribunal cases would be a start, or ongoing industrial disputes would be another issue that should be looked at around licensing. I think as well as that, there is a role in terms of reports that are made to local councils in regards to health and safety. And I think that's particularly sharp for workers in the context of this pandemic, because we have seen a handful of employers during the last period of reopening that were engaging in very irresponsible practices in terms of COVID regulations, but also incredibly irresponsible practices in relation to their licensing obligations and their broad obligations of the duty of care, not just to their customers and staff, but to the local community as well. Just the final point I want to make on that, because it is difficult, to just kind of rider everything onto a bill, a shopping list that workers and unions would like to see in this sector. However, whenever we were talking about conditionality and social clauses, we used the example of procurement and planning legislation, particularly where public money is being spent. There is obviously the option for specific and special conditions to be placed on the likes of an entertainment's licence at the moment by local councils, and we think that sort of model can be used, particularly in a broad sense. There's obviously no one size fits all. They actually start to examine policies that employers have in relation to sexual harassment, the abuse of staff, but also consultation with unions on this as well. And I think that's incredibly important, and it's maybe something that the bill is lacking at this stage.
Just explain that to me, how, say for instance, we were talking earlier there about local brewery, how would they enter into a negotiation with the union? You're talking about maybe 1 or 2 man bands. I just don't know. We're talking as if they're government departments as opposed to individual employers. How much of a role? Because these employers may not even recognise unions, which is the difficulty. I always am a great believer that you don't work for anybody that doesn't recognise a union, but how would that? How can we protect staff? How can we bring that forward? I'm just worried that the bill maybe isn't it, but legislation later might be in place.
I definitely think one thing that the committee should consider is secondary legislation around this. Just to give this evidence to the committee, from the best of my knowledge, we can count on one hand the amount of employers within this sector, indeed breweries, pubs, hotels and other licensed establishments that do have recognition agreements with unions. That's obviously a much broader issue, but it is sort of reflective of the lack of consultation or representation for workers in this sector. However, the model that we take in the Unite Hospitality branch is we take a sectoral view to this. So while we may have 1 or 2 members in one pub, we're 100 strong particularly in terms of bartenders across Northern Ireland. It is a small industry, and we do hear about these violations and support members potentially through individual grievances, or raising individual health and safety concerns to the relevant authorities, namely the local councils at this stage. I don't think we should be saying that, I don't think this bill would be positive, but I don't think this bill is going to mandate sectoral or mandatory collective bargaining in this sector. I think that is something the Assembly should look at it in the future. However, whenever we are talking about codes of practice, it was alarming for both ourselves and other unions within the sector that there was no mention of trade unions at that point, and I think that's something that can be immediately addressed.
Okay. Just a couple of last questions. Just thinking about, as well as the care of the employees, we know that they're working active. Well, we'll see what's going to happen with that now, with Brexit happening, the 48 hours. The nighttime economy, you talked about the safety of staff getting home, and we have, as a committee, we've asked quite a lot of questions about people leaving the premises that wee bit later. And we know at the minute, if you take somewhere like Belfast, for that nighttime economy, the transport access at that time of the night, well, there's no public transport other than taxis. I'm just thinking that there should be something in the bill that ties into the provision of transport, not just for staff, but for customers coming out. Should there be something considered there?
I think that's absolutely a consideration. Before we talk about workers, if you're even talking about customers coming out, there's clearly an issue, and I believe this extension to the drinking up time and extension to licensing hours is an attempt to look at that, about how you can stagger already overburdened taxi services. Our concern is the unintended consequences and the effect in practice of doing that. I think transport has to be looked. I think there's a broader question about the provision of nighttime public transport, not just within Belfast, but within rural areas as well. Our concern is, at the moment, the safety of staff getting home is massively reliant on taxi services. This is a low-paid sector. We have heard testimony from particularly female members of staff across the industry who are at the sharp end of sexual harassment, but have actually reported to us that they put up with a certain level of that in order to make tips, in order to afford their taxi home, in order to get home safely, because they fear about walking home alone at night, and that is a huge concern for us. The amount of businesses within Belfast that provide a taxi allowance or paid transport home to their staff is dwindling. We're concerned about the effect of that and the removal of those terms of employment as we come out of this pandemic as well, and employers are looking at a derogation of terms or signing staff up to new contracts. So we believe that there is a duty on the powers that be, on the Assembly here, to actually legislate for that. We're not asking for a clause saying employers must pay for staff taxis home, but extending an employer's duty of care to ensure that staff get home safely. And we would hope that the intended effect of that would be where you have smaller businesses where you maybe, for example, have 2 members of staff working and a manager who drives. Maybe staff get lifts home, and obviously that then the manager's additional expense is covered by the employer for that. In larger hotels that, for example, have transport available to their guests and the likes of minibuses, etc., we would like to see that rolled out and made available to staff. And in other circumstances, that would obviously include the provision of get home safe schemes, of taxi vouchers, and various client accounts set up by these companies to ensure that staff get home safely, because that is a huge health and safety concern that's not directly within the scope of the workplace, but it's actually quite worrying, some of the reports that we hear about staff not making enough money in tips. So they choose to walk home alone at night, and then have unfortunately been the victims of assault, harassment, and violence.
One of the considerations that certainly weighs heavy, we may enable customers to enjoy a slightly later offering, but it's the staff that have to work there. If I had my way, we would have a universal basic income, and staff would all be able to get paid. As we've seen through COVID, unfortunately, hospitality staff are the first to have been hit hard, and we've certainly seen that the levels of salary that they get is normally not very good either. But no, thank you for that, Neil. It's another side to this, the impact of this or the effects of this licensing that we certainly will be taking consideration of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. No other member has indicated that they want. Oh, sorry, there's Mark has just come in. Mark, go ahead. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Neil, for the evidence there that you've given. An extremely important issue that you've come here to speak on. I'd like to thank you not just for what you've said today, but for the work that you're doing and have been doing for some time now. Just one thing there, Neil, you referred to this as a small industry, but hospitality, if you look across all pubs, restaurants, cafes, hotels, it's actually a very big industry and one of the few industries in Northern Ireland that we maybe have the potential to grow. Now, you referred to your own membership as being hundreds strong. Have you any idea sort of what percentage of hospitality workers are members of yours? Are there other unions that hospitality workers are members of? Because I think it's extremely important that we do what we can to make the workers out there aware of your existence, because there's probably lots of them that aren't, despite the great work that you're doing.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. Obviously, we're talking about an industry that sustains 65,000 jobs pre-pandemic, that has obviously declined massively as a result of the pandemic. It's a separate issue to this committee, but some of the figures that we're currently researching are quite alarming, namely because of the effect of precarious and zero-hour contracts that aren't coming up in the redundancy figures at the moment. Just to be clear, we're very new to this industry and this sector in terms of a union.
I was not in any way wanting to come across as critical of you.
Of course, yeah. It's but in terms of that, I actually think there's been the absence of a workers' organisation for workers in hospitality for a number of decades now. Just in terms of other organisations that do represent workers in this sector, you would have the Bakers Food and Allied Workers Union that predominantly represents workers within fast food as well, so they won't be heavily as heavily affected by the impact of this bill. And there's also the GMB, which is another general workers union that does have members across hotels and hospitality, but we would be the primary, and we're the only union that has a bespoke campaign and a bespoke branch for workers in this sector. Just on your question about...
Sorry, Neil, can I just ask you another wee supplementary? And see, in terms of engagement with employers, how have you found that? Because I know I always have to declare, not just here, my family own licensed premises, but I know plenty of people in the industry who would probably welcome, believe it or not, as employers, not just employees, a strong union, because, well, in any workplace, I think it's an accepted fact that a happy workplace is a productive workplace, but it's hard to think of anything where happy staff is more important than in hospitality, where you're the public face, you're meeting and greeting. So I'd be interested to see sort of how employers are taking to you, or how you're getting on there.
To be honest, it has been a bit of a mixed bag, and certainly there are a section of more progressive employers that do recognise the positive role that a union can play in the sector. Unfortunately, we've also been met with hostility, and I think it's a lot to do with the uphill battle to claw back rights for workers in this sector, where I'm sure the employers, everything that we come to them with is negative at this stage, which is an issue, but I think it reflects the amount of work that needs to be done to strengthen employment rights in this sector.
Because I think with 65,000 employees, it's probably fair to say that there's a mixed bag there as well.
Absolutely. The issue here at the moment, primarily for us, is redundancies and precarity of contracts. But prior to the pandemic, one of the sharpest issues that we were raising with employers was the incidences of sexual harassment and abuse. And it is different. It's a different beast in hospitality, because we're not talking about, the classic office, sexual harassment of quid pro quo with a manager or a person in a position of power, but rather a customer who is in a position of power over a staff member. And that's very difficult to deal with and to raise. One thing that we are trying to do, and we're trying to do pre-pandemic, was get employers to sign up to our Fair Hospitality Charter, which includes commitments as a step towards paying the living wage, real, in practice, anti-sexual harassment, zero tolerance policies, and fair rotas and fair tips, which are two other issues which stand out for workers in the sector.
Okay, I'm sorry I dragged you away from the bill, Neil, but I'll just take you back there for one final question. See the conditions that you're raising concerns about today or in your evidence, are they the experience of your members working in pubs and other premises in Britain where extended hours are already in place?
That's a good question. So in Scotland, where we would have the highest membership, we've been able to negotiate with employers to include safe home schemes to ensure that staff are not out of pocket for getting home safely. The effect has been, because this is a younger industry, there's certainly people who work in this as a career, and a lot more people should consider a career in this industry. But predominantly younger staff means you've a shorter memory in terms of the changes to a licensing regime. And 24-hour licensing has been in place in many areas of Britain for close to 10, 15 years at this stage. So what we've been doing in Britain has been accepting the current licensing regime and framework, but looking at how we improve that. And I suppose that's where the principles of fair work come in and the safe transport home come in.
Okay, super. Thank you, Neil. Keep up the good work. Thanks.
Okay, Mark, thank you. No other member then wants to add any comment or question at this stage. So, Neil, can I thank you again for bringing us another perspective in our evidence gathering. Thank you, Neil. Okay, members, we're going to then move on to agenda item 11, and it's a briefing from Movie House Cinemas on the licensing and registration of clubs bill. And yet again, we'll have another perspective on the bill coming forward. So can I welcome Michael McAdam to the meeting? Michael, you're very welcome. Michael, can I ask you to go ahead and brief the committee, and then we'll ask you some questions?
Certainly. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. So Movie House Cinemas, well, a lot of people may know of us. We're a local company. I started the cinema business in 1990, so we're now 30 years old. We worked from humble beginnings in Glengormley. We now have 4 locations. We did have 5, but we sold the Dublin Road premises, which you may be aware of, a couple of years ago. So we have Yorkgate, we have Glengormley, we have a small cinema in Mahara, little 3-screen, and then we have the Jet Centre Entertainment Complex in Coleraine, which also has an 8-screen cinema. And we've been working hard for many years, but we employ a lot of local people, and of course then all our suppliers are local as well. We've invested heavily in our business constantly, because, and that's why we're still here after 30 years. I would go as far as to say is that the Movie House offer at the moment is second to none. We have been working very hard over the 30 years. We've been working hard, constantly updating everything that we've been doing. For instance, going back in the early days, we would have been putting in new sound systems. We were the first, we were 12th and 13th in the world to have DTS digital sound. We then moved on to refurbing seats and so on, and now we're back to that again. And I'm going to show you just a couple of photographs, if I may, of the kind of offering that we have here in Movie House. We have this in most of our cinemas now, where we have, you can see our two young people sitting there with their feet up. Now, that maybe doesn't show you the great deal. This is the kind of, for instance, this is the type of theatre that we have. Now, this is screen, I think, 8 or screen 14 here in York 8. Now, originally, this screen would have had 450 people. We're now down to 230 people, simply because the size of the seats. And if we flick through again, we can give you another look at the type of seat that we're putting in now. Not just us, my friends in Omniplex, where we are rivals, but we're all going to the same offering, because we're trying to get people out of their seats, out of their sofas at home. And it's quite a difficult thing to do. And unless our offering here in the cinema is better than what they have at home, then people are just going to stay in the house. So it's always amazed me over the years how the cinema offering has never been able to offer alcohol. And over the years, I've been involved with many, many businesses, and I've had a chance to look at the licensing as it stands. And probably the reason cinemas never had a license is perhaps nobody ever wanted one. And certainly, if you think back to the days of the old Curzon cinema and so on, there certainly wouldn't have been any room. They hardly had any room for a shop, never mind the chance to put alcohol on. But when you look at the Act, you will see that sorry for stuttering here, but what I actually said, let me get my facts right here. It's cinemas are not defined as a place of public entertainment. Now, I find that bizarre, because at the peak of Movie House, when we had all 5 cinemas, we had 1.5 million admissions a year. We're now just over the 1 million admissions a year. So if we aren't entertaining 1 million people a year, I don't know what we're doing and why we're not included in that definition. And it seems odd to us that, you can go to a cinema, you can go to a theatre, you can go to the Opera House, you can go to the Lyric, you can go to the Mac, you can go even local to me up in Glengormley, that there is a bar facility available for live shows, but not for cinema. Now, not that every cinema would potentially want to sell alcohol, but certainly in the challenging times that we're coming across now, what we're trying to do is give as much variety and as much choice to our customers as we possibly can. Now, and so when this opportunity came around, I thought, well, we have to put our best foot forward here and say to the committee, could that please be looked at? Because of COVID, which we'll go on to a little bit later, business is very tough. And I mean, cinema has been, our business has been destroyed. When we were trading at 20% of the levels on the weeks that we were open, 20% of what at the same time last year, that business doesn't work anymore. And ongoing from here, the difficulty that we are going to have is how are we going to get our customers in? Because social distancing, I believe, is with us for quite some time to come. So already we're looking for different ways in which we can increase our spend per head. And certainly when I look at colleagues both in Ireland and England, Scotland and Wales, with their friends in Everyman Cinemas and Cineworld, I mean, they all offer their customers the opportunity to bring a drink into the theatre. And Everyman in particular would go for a food and beverage offer, of which over 90% of their customers will bring an alcoholic beverage into the theatre. And not so much with Cineworld, but I mean it is quite interesting, because Cineworld and Everyman, they are quite different. They are quite different fields. Everyman would have sofas and tables, where Cineworld would be more traditional cinema. Certainly you can see the seats that we were showing you there, and there at this cold rain we were showing you with the seats, with the trays. But we're looking for different ways to bring people out, because we're all being used to watching Netflix and Amazon. So what else can we do to bring people out, and how else can we inspire them? I mean, we all do coffees now, as well as coffees and teas, which are very, very popular, as opposed to people buying Coca-Cola. And we feel that adults being given the chance to have an alcoholic beverage, for instance, as well as showing cinema films, We also do live theatre, and it isn't that often with us. But I mean, but we have people coming in, particularly to our Coleraine location, when we have sometimes it's transmitted live, sometimes it's sent out as live, but is pre-recorded to a theatre audience, which includes an intermission that we don't have in cinemas anymore. And our customers are coming out wanting the theatre experience, but they can't get it because we're not a place of public entertainment, and therefore we can't sell alcohol. Now, it's bizarre to me that if the Licensing Act does allow the consumption of alcohol in many areas, including a seaman's canteen, and also on the place of further education. So that allows our friends in Queen's Film Theatre in Belfast the opportunity to have a bar. Now, they are a commercial cinema. They are showing quite often the same films as I'm showing, but they have the facility to offer their customers a beverage, along with a popcorn and a Coke, of course. But we aren't, because we aren't on the grounds of a place of further education. I think that's grossly unfair. So I would ask the committee to look into this for us and hopefully to give us the opportunity to have a level playing field, give us the opportunity to increase our spend per head for customers, to give our customers more choice, and overall to make the experience of going to the cinema a much more pleasant one than what it currently is.
Okay, Michael, thank you for your coming to join us today. I absolutely, as a born and bred resident of Glengormley, I remember well the opening of your first cinema in Glengormley, and I'm very glad to say as an elected representative for North Belfast, I have both Glengormley and Cityside. So I'm delighted that you're able to come and join us today. And I know that when I went to visit you prior to Christmas, this issue came up, and I actually had never thought of it, was unaware that actually here in Northern Ireland, our cinemas are treated so very differently when it comes to licensing to the rest of the cinemas on these islands. So I'm glad that we have the opportunity to hear from you. I just want to ask you a couple of questions, and I know you'd mentioned there that QFT, because they're on a place of education, they're able to do that, and I absolutely know, and I do, and I know for a fact that they do show many of the same showings as yourselves, and will get people going there purely because they can have an alcoholic drink while they're there and make an evening of it. So I understand where you're coming from there. I'm just wondering about Movie House Cinemas. We very much see it as a family-orientated cinema. Would you imagine that there will be any objections from parents and things like that because of that family-orientated theme that you've always promoted?
I wouldn't think so, because we wouldn't be building licensed bars. Talking to my friend in Everyman Cinemas this morning, that it's glasses of wine and it's plastic bottles of beer. And how that would sit alongside people, well, do you know what? It would depend on the film and so on. I wouldn't see us selling any alcohol in the afternoons. I don't think so. I think the alcohol would be available in the evenings. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure that the like of Glengormley, we would even apply for a licence. I don't think that the desire would be there. I think certainly in Coleraine, which is a much larger cinema, and because we have larger foyer space, and also for here in Yorkgate, where I'm talking to you from today, I think those two locations would very much welcome the opportunity to have a coffee bar area where people would be able to meet their friends beforehand, because it's very, very interesting that our friends in Coca-Cola are really good at understanding trends, and they've advised us for some years how people want to extend their evening and elongate their evening. So going from work and having somewhere to meet their friends before they go on to watch the movie. And then if the film's over, say at 9:10, somewhere where they can go that isn't too far away to continue their evening. And with us having a facility like that in those two locations, it would be first class. But certainly, once again, when I look at our colleagues in Everyman and Cineworld, and also Fuse cinemas, I mean, all of these cinemas are in Ireland, and they're in England, Scotland, and Wales. They're all offering all of their customers that opportunity, and I think that there may be a wee bit of novelty to begin with, and then I think it would settle down. But I mean, when we look at the consumption of alcohol within the Cineworld, certainly when my friend was there, it wouldn't even have been 2% of their turnover. And certainly now, they get their concession turnover, the popcorn sweets, and now it would be somewhere between 3 to 5%. So we're not expecting huge levels here. What we're talking about is choice. And the other interesting thing about being able to do it, one of the other things we're looking at is, that we're exploring as we try to rebuild our business out of COVID, is perhaps offering people a chance of to have a burger or to have something to eat within the cinemas. Now, that causes another difficulty for us because they will want to have a beverage, an alcoholic beverage with that most likely. So we can't actually operate as a restaurant because we don't have the right table and the right facilities within the theatre to do that. So we couldn't all of a sudden become a restaurant. So very much having the opportunity to sell the alcohol and to complement the burger with a beer or a glass of wine would really, really help us move into the food area. And Everyman Cinemas do incredible business with food and with beverages, but they wouldn't do it all day long. And certainly when it comes to the family business, I wouldn't see a family going in and drinking alcohol, the parents drinking alcohol and so on. I don't think that would happen. And any area that we would have, if it were to be a small area like Glengormley or Mahara, the alcohol would probably be out of sight. And so most people wouldn't even be aware of it.
Another issue I wanted to bring up, and I know that you do it in your cinemas, is where you would have private viewing rooms, for families or for a group of friends for a birthday party to show a movie. And I know that happens at QFT because I've actually been to one there as well. And again, that puts you on the back foot where you've got maybe a 40th birthday and they decide they want to all go to and watch a movie in one of your private rooms, and you can offer them soft drinks and popcorn, but you can't offer them anything else. So I mean, I get that that's an issue for you as well.
It is.
But then just to expand then on that, you had mentioned there with yourself that the likes of Glengormley and Mahara, probably with the size of them, that you wouldn't bother looking at a licence there. Just on around the cost of a licence then, Michael, do you actually think that that will be worth your while, given the fact that it's not a bar? People are not going there to stand and drink as in a bar. They're going there for maybe 1 or 2 or maybe 3 drinks before, during and after their movie. How do you feel about the costs of licence? Do they need to look at a separate type of licence for the likes of cinemas, or what way do you see that?
I think surely it would be the same as what theatres currently are at the moment. It's just an expansion of that there. If you can have an alcoholic drink in a theatre to allow a live performance, whatever the legislation, whatever the licensing act is there, I think should just automatically apply to cinemas.
Okay, Michael. I know that we've got you in to speak about COVID as well, but I'm going to ask members just if they have anything in relation to the bill first, to ask questions on that. Sinead has her hand up, so can I ask Sinead to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Michael. I know you're going to touch on the COVID stuff, but I suppose, that has been a serious concern for yourselves and how you were classed in the regulations and things like that, but I'm sure we'll get to that in a little while. I think you do make a compelling case in terms of asking to be licensed in the same way as theatres. We have the Omniplex here in Newry, where I am, and certainly we've seen a major shift in the type of output in the Omniplex. Whether it's classical music concerts, ballets, that type of theatre product, if you like. And I suppose that's just the way that cinemas have had to adapt to the likes of Netflix and Amazon, where movies are very often going straight onto those platforms. So certainly anything that can assist our cinemas in terms of their survival, in terms of new innovative ways for them to attract an audience. I think we definitely have to consider and we have to look at. I think the chair touched on the issue of, you know, cinemas generally being a family arena. So I suppose there's issues in terms of where you would sell the alcohol. Is it just at the interval? The way if you go to a theatre, you know, during the interval you can go and get a drink, or you can get a drink before or after the show. So is that the type of scenario that we're looking at here? And also, you were saying that, and I wasn't aware of this, that you could get an alcoholic beverage in some cinemas in the south and also across the water. How does that work out for them, and what if any issues has arisen in those scenarios? Has it been just an accepted form of offering once you go to those cinemas, or has there been any sort of issues that maybe the committee might want to just consider in their deliberations?
Well, okay. The first thing is first. Sadly, we no longer have intervals in cinemas. In film shows now. In the live theatre, things is coming in from the Royal Opera House and so on. There will be the regular theatre interval when people will come out. But as regards to cinema, our colleagues in the our colleagues in Ireland and in England, Scotland and Wales are all selling their alcohol as people go in the door. In fact, I checked with every man there, and they say their customer would be. This is wrong to class it this way, but bear with me. It's more of a kind of a highbrow audience, more of perhaps an audience which would say we maybe go for the more quirkier films, say art house films. But certainly with them, 90% of their customers are going in with alcohol. In fact, they even let people go in with glass now. That we wouldn't be doing that. When we look at our friends in Cineworld, and if you look at Parnell, the Parnell Centre in Dublin, what they have for UGC there is a bar on the second or third floor where people go in, start their evening, buy their drinks, and then go into the theatre. So, what we're asking for and what we've been doing, it's been done for quite some time. It's not as if we're starting something new here. I am not aware. I sit on the committee of a committee member of the UK Cinema Association, where all of the big chains sitting there, and nobody's ever brought to my attention any type of difficulty within serving alcohol. And of course, you must remember also that we have to do age checks already. When people go to the cinema, so our staff are already quite aware of when we have a 12A certificate, if kids are coming without an adult and they can't get in. They're challenged when they're 15 years old. They're challenged when they're 18 years old. So we already have a lot of checks built into the cinema business. So I don't think we're going to have. I don't believe that to date there's been any difficulties, and I think the best way to look at this as regards to Northern Ireland is maybe to have a word with the police here in Belfast in the area of Queen's Film Theatre, because that is a university area, and we hear good things about the area and we hear bad things about the area with the Holy Lands and so on. So rather than me try and come up or say something, we could deal with facts here and have a talk to the local inspector to see has there been any issues with serving alcohol within QFT.
So, Michael, would it be a case of, am I right, there's a separate cinema licence and then you have the entertainment licence? So
no, the cinema licence only for us. That's all we have at the moment, is a cinema licence.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So there's a cinema licence and then there is an entertainment licence. So are you talking about scrapping the cinema licence and then you guys being brought in under that entertainment licence?
Do you know, I wouldn't be qualified to say how it should be done. I honestly don't know. I know that my friends in Omniplex applied for an entertainment licence for their Dundonald facility that was refused. So whether it's just an extension or an add-on to the cinema licence, because the local authorities are going to, be in control of the licensing anyhow. I think that would probably be the easiest thing. It is a cinema licence with an addition for alcohol.
Okay, thanks, Michael. Look, I think that, there's a compelling argument here, and I think we have to do all we can to sort of to help our cinemas not only recover from COVID, but to adapt to the changes in your own market in terms of your competitors with Netflix and Amazon. So as I say, it's compelling, and I'd look forward to examining this in greater detail further down the line.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, thank you, Sinead. Mark Durkin. There we go. Mark, can you hear us?
Yes.
Right,
Sorry, Chair. And thank you, Michael. Sinead touched on most of what I was going to there. I think I very much concur with her about the need to do everything we can to enhance or to allow cinemas to enhance the experience that visitors have there. And if that means that they can bring a glass of wine or a bottle of beer and to watch a film, then I think we should look at how that can be accommodated. We have seen how it has been an issue, and Michael's invited us to verify this with the PSNI in terms of the QFT, but also across the water. I'm not so familiar with down south now. I've never had a beer or a drink at a cinema down in Dublin. Just one thing I wanted to ask though, Michael, is it much of an issue, or has there ever been much of an issue with people bringing alcohol into the cinema?
On occasion there has been. I will give you one example that did hit us quite hard, where people did do this, and that was the opening night of 50 Shades of Grey, when we were inundated by several hundred women who had gone straight from work to the bar and whose handbags were filled with an assortment of everything. And that is the one time when I can say for sure, yes, there was an issue of people drinking alcohol. In fact, we actually had to bring in bouncers for the rest of the next 2 weeks of that, just to check people's handbags on the way in order to prevent that from happening. But as a general thing, Martin, no, we do a pick up between not just because of COVID, we've always done this. As soon as the show finishes, we go in and we lift up. So we know what's being left behind, because, people are very lazy. And if they were enjoying a beer or something like that, they would leave the tin behind. And certainly I am not aware of any abuse currently, or people actually doing that. I just don't think they even think about it.
Okay, thanks, Michael. That's all I just wanted to check. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mark. Michael, we have very little time left, I'm afraid, and I know we wanted to touch on the COVID issue, but if we can, even just a couple of minutes, Michael. I know when I had spoken to you, when I visited yourself down at Yorkgate before Christmas, you had mentioned to me the difficulties that you had faced in applying for funding, because it's something you'd never ever had to do before as a businessman, and also the difficulties around how cinemas seem to be left off any notifications or any regulations. So Michael, maybe if you could in a couple of minutes talk to us just a little bit about your experience with COVID.
Well, COVID has been devastating to the cinema business, as you will see and be aware, and currently all cinemas in the United Kingdom are closed. And when we get a chance to reopen, I really don't know. We're dealing with a very serious situation, and we've tried to adopt. And one of the frustrations that we have felt is, we produced our friends in America in NATO, the National Association of Theatre Owners, produced a medical document which was well over my head, but which was explaining how a cinema visit was so much safer than most other indoor activities. Some of the frustrations that we have found is, and probably other people will feel the same within the licensed trade, because we've all tried to work and we've all tried to adopt, and I suppose we all feel that we've been made a showcase of that, and yet, when cinemas, pubs, restaurants have all been closed down, COVID has still continued. Our argument would be that, if we don't give people safe places to go to, they're going to go to their homes and they're going to drink alcohol and they're going to do bits and pieces and have parties because there's nowhere else to go to. And our feeling within the cinema industry was that of all the places, given the fact that when you go into a cinema, you're sitting down, you're not talking to people across the way, you're not shouting to the people in front of you. The people in front of you, you have their head, so you're not talking directly to them. So any transfer of anything whatsoever is so limited within a cinema situation. And so the call that we were trying to say was, look, as we try to rebuild all of our businesses, I think it's unfair that we treat hospitality and leisure all in the same way. Now, that's going to make it difficult for the powers that be to decide, well, who is safe and who is not safe. But I think as we come out of this, we're going to have to do that. There's a big, big difference between 18 people sitting in a cinema seat or a cinema screen that has maybe 50 empty seats, as opposed to people in a shopping mall that is packed, as we saw at Christmas time, and yet we were forced to close and they were allowed to open. It kind of feels greatly unfair, but we are where we are, and it's all about learning lessons on how we can go forward. And from the Senate perspective, we just wanted to say to ministers and to say to your good selves today, when these decisions are being made, as we start to reopen, and possibly if we have to close again, that rather than tar everybody with the same brush, that perhaps we can maybe take time to have our own COVID police visit locations to give consideration to what is safe and what is deemed not safe.
No, Michael, look, thank you for that, and I appreciate that, because I think as politicians, we sometimes lose sight that there are businesses like yourself that have spent an awful lot of money to try and make things as safe as possible for their customers, and pretty much that it's not even looked at as to how they can open and open safely. So, Michael, look, I really appreciate you coming in today. I think you've given us a lot of food for thought. I'm glad I had that visit to you back in early December, where this issue arose when I mentioned the bill that we were doing, and I think there's general consensus from what we've heard from others in the committee today, that we would want to see what we can do to help out cinemas to be aligned with the rest of the United Kingdom and what their offering is. So, Michael, thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Michael. Bye-bye. Okay, members, we are going to move on then to agenda item 12 on our meeting pack, which is SR 2021/1, the COVID-19 heating payment scheme regulations, Northern Ireland 2021. Members, you'll find a copy of this SR at page 98 of your meeting pack. Members will remember that this was brought up last week, and we had a lengthy discussion on it last week, and we had written through to the Minister to ask for some sort of written clarification on the way forward. Can I just make members aware that I received a phone call yesterday evening from the Minister, and the Minister in that phone call phoned me about this specific issue to assure me that she is, her and the department are doing everything that they can to ensure that this group of people who have been left out will be included. I think they've just to work out some minor details around how it's paid and things like that. But she has given me her assurance and asked I pass it on to the committee that that is the case. So I'll just open up for comments. And Andy, I'll come to you first, and then I see Kelly has her hand up. Andy?
Thank you, Chair. And at the outset, can I declare an interest? I very much welcome the Minister's commitment in addressing this anomaly in respect of those that have been highlighted. I do appreciate, obviously, there are particular sensitivities around security of data, and I think, obviously I'm not privy to any discussions that will be ongoing, but I think there is an easy solution where the department have an understanding with the existing payment methods that are in place to pay the War Pension Mobility Supplement, and obviously it's for them to work that out, which I assume that's what they're referring to when they highlight that. But I very much welcome the Minister's commitment. I had intended to abstain on the SR today in respect of that issue, but I won't do so on the basis that the Minister is going to resolve it, and I will place on record it was never my intention through raising this issue to impact upon this payment for those other groups of people who will very much need it. And further to that, and I do appreciate that the department are under financial pressure, and if we highlight, for example, Job Start, but I would ask that we as a committee perhaps consider further to this issue, writing to the Minister to ask officials to look at. And I know the Minister did say in the Assembly on Tuesday about identifying other groups of people that have perhaps been missed, but encourage the department, where the financial resources available, to look at broadening and extending the scope of this payment, because I know very well there are a lot of households right across the province who would benefit from this, albeit £200, but it would be very much welcomed and very much beneficial to them. There are a lot of low-income households out there in Northern Ireland who are struggling at this time, are struggling to heat their homes, and I think it would be very much welcomed if the department had the ability to extend this.
Okay, and thanks for that, Andy. And just on that point that you have made there, the Minister also mentioned that in our conversation yesterday, that they were looking to see if they could, further reach out to those others out there that we know that are really struggling, and whether it's they don't know the system, or they're not known to our various community and voluntary groups, they're not known to our councils, they're not known to our churches, and they are missing out. There's a lot of people that are missing out on other things as well. So thank you for that, Andy. Kelly?
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I've noticed there's a problem with this rule. Okay, I'll take everybody, if you don't mind, to the eligibility criteria. And it says that it gives the list of different benefits that you need to be on, which are fine. That's no problem. But it's below that where it says that you have to, on any one day during qualifying week, and on that day we're ordinarily resident in Northern Ireland. And the qualifying week then is defined at the top of that page. It's there, page 3. It's R104, page 104 in our packs. And then the qualifying week is defined as the 30th of November to Sunday the 6th of December. Qualifying week I get, but the problem is that we have people who are applying for PIP who are being turned down and are waiting forever for an appeal. We also have people who are waiting on their PIP application being processed, who maybe outside of COVID would actually have had their appeal heard or have had their application processed and be in receipt of that benefit on that week. So my concern is that this is written in a way where there is no appeal process. It's only if you haven't received your payment by the 15th of February that you can then apply if you qualify. But what happens if you don't know if you're going to qualify, because it's taken the appeals service so long to come forward with an appeal? So rather than holding up this rule, because I do think it's vitally important, and as Andy has said, we're not raising these things to cause delays, but we're raising them. I would like us to officially write to the Minister to ask her to consider a further rule, not to delay this one, but a further rule to cover those people who would have normally have been on that if their appeal had been heard and was successful. So I just don't want those people to be left out for the sake that the process, because of COVID, has been delayed, that they could be entitled to this. So say, for instance, their appeal is heard in March and their appeal confirms that they should have been on PIP, the higher rate as the qualification level requires, and they backdate that, and they backdate it to the before the qualifying week, then those people have missed out on this £200 payment. I would like the Minister and the Department to take consideration of those people and to not delay this one, but to write an additional rule in the future to cover those people that are being missed out on because they don't fall into the qualifying weeks, just simply because their appeal or their application hasn't been processed.
Okay, Kelly, I think the committee would be in full agreement with that we write to the Minister and ask that question. I mean, just on a point, it's too late for us to pray against this now at this stage anyway, and none of us wanted to do that. I think Andy made that point, actually. None of us wanted to go against this because we want to see this heating bill go out the door as soon as possible. But no, I think the committee could agree to, if members are agreed, that we to send that letter off to the Minister. Anybody else want to make a comment? Sorry, Andy.
It was obviously clarified further last week that this rule's already been made.
It has. Yes. It has been made already, so we can't pray against it. Alex, you wanted to come in?
Yeah. think the Minister's been genuine that she's looking to try and find a way for this, so accept that. I don't think we can delay this anyway now. So if she finds a way, will that mean another regulation coming before us? I would like some clarification on that.
Yeah, it would mean a further regulation would have to come in front of us. Yeah.
Well,
so it. Okay. All right.
Sure.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Maybe I should know this, but what would that mean in fact if a minister is willing to? This is due to be paid out at the end
This
of
will
January.
happen. The 25th of January is the date that this will start rolling out. It's already, because we agreed to it back when it first came to us, and that is the time whenever we should have put an objection in, which we didn't do. So the wheels in motion were put in place for this. So this will come in as it stands, on the paperwork that we've been provided in our packs. That is how it will be rolled out on the 25th of January. But the Minister has given us her word that that group that Andy had spoken about initially, which was the ex-service, they would be included, albeit the finer details of that have not been worked out. But if we wanted them, what Kelly has said, then that actually changes the wording on this, so therefore that would be a new rule would have to come forward to us, which isn't a big issue. That could be done.
It wouldn't delay this.
No, it will not delay this in any way. Okay, members, are members happy enough then that I put the question then to the committee? Yes. Okay.
Sorry,
Mark. Sorry, Mark. I didn't see your hand up. Sorry.
Happy enough, absolutely, for you to put the question and to be associated with Andy and Kelly's remarks. Now, in terms of the letter to the Minister, I've raised an issue previously about winter fuel payment. I don't know, could I add this onto this letter or would it be a separate one? But there is a definite issue there. I mean, the 13th of January was their target date. They have all payments issued, and that hasn't happened yet. There are still people waiting on it. And just if you just indulge me for a wee second, just to read out a message I received from a fairly sensible senior citizen yesterday. She says, "Hello again, winter fuel payment. I have today again spoken to someone about non-receipt of the winter fuel payment, only to be told that there will be no payments to eligible customers for the foreseeable future, and that the predicted date of payments of 13th of January 2021 was unachievable in the current climate. Can you please address this abysmal state of affairs? It's just unacceptable to treat people like myself in this way due to the total incompetence of the English administrators of this benefit. Thank you." So I know it's not there for DFC administering it, but DFC clearly have a role to play here if there are pensioners here who are not getting the assistance that they're entitled to and that many of them so badly need.
No, Mark, I think that would be a separate letter, though I do think that is important, and I think that I would agree that we need to write on that. I know I had one in my office last week along the same lines that you were talking about, because I saw the email correspondence from my office, though I do think it has now been paid, and I do know that it has been. It's DWP that have taken this on when the assembly was suspended. They then have now taken on this role. So, I mean, that hopefully that we could get this rolled back again into Assembly hands. But there's been problem after problem with it, which is not, as you say, it's not necessarily the fault of the Department for Communities. But in saying that, that is who we would go, that is ultimately any complaint has to lie with them. So I have no difficulty in a separate letter going, and I know Andy wants to come in on this point as well, Andy.
Yeah, sure.
Yes,
In there again.
Sorry, Mark, did you want to come back, or can I go to Andy?
No, I was just apologising for jumping on something then rather than waiting.
No, you're okay. You're okay, Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, similar to other members, I've had numerous inquiries in relation to this, and I've been on the winter fuel payment line, and I was on it as recently as yesterday, and it's quoting March in respect of payments on that automated line. And I think it might also be helpful, obviously, we don't want to go around the Minister, we write to the Minister, but I think we should also copy that correspondence into DWP and highlight our frustration that these payments have not been made. Yeah. I've written to DWP through the correspondence line or email on a number of occasions, trying to resolve issues in respect to this, and so far silence.
Okay, thanks for that, Andy. So that's two separate letters then that we're sending off. One to do with the COVID-19 payment to the Minister, and then a second letter through to the Minister, and copy that through to also to Department of Work and Pensions, just at why this has happened. I mean, it isn't good enough if people are being told they're getting paid in March. I would like to think by the time March comes, our weather might be slightly warmer. When it's now they actually need it. Yeah, that's bad. Robin, you wanted to?
Yeah, I did. In support of what Andy's suggesting, but rather than just write to DWP, why don't we just write to the DWP Minister and push it right up to that level, rather than an official within DWP?
No, that's what I was.
That's what you were suggesting?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you are. DWP Minister then.
That'll do. Okay, members, look, can I move on? Because I need to put this question in case I forget to move. Not that I'll be allowed to forget, I'm sure, with the clerks here in the room. So can then I just then read that the Committee for Communities has considered SR 2021/1, the COVID-19 Heating Payment Scheme Regulations, Northern Ireland 2021, and subject to the Examiner's Statutory Rules report, has no objections to the rule. Okay, members. I'll then move on to agenda item 13, which is correspondence. Members, you'll find the memo at page 108. Can I ask, is anybody anything they want to raise under the correspondence memo? No, nothing. Mark, your hand is still up, but I don't know if it's up or anything you wanted to raise.
No, sorry, Chair, I'm fine.
Nope, dead on. Okay. So then, members, can I have then members content? Can I have agreement to action the correspondence as set out in the correspondence memo?
Agreed.
Agreed. Great stuff. Thank you. Okay. Agenda item 14 is our forward work programme. Can I inform members that at the meeting on the 28th of January 2021, we will be briefed by the following organisations on the licensing and registration of clubs amendment bill. We will have Armagh Cider Company. We will have the Public Health Agency, and we will have Omniplex Cinemas. Also at that meeting then we will have a departmental briefing on the budget. Members, any comments? Content to note item agenda 14? Content? Content. Good stuff, thank you. Then I'll move on to agenda item 15, which is any other business. Members, any other business I need to bring up, Andy?
Sorry, Chair, just on the previous issue there, very quickly, I should have said, see, whenever the budget stuff's coming forward, can we make sure that the broad headline figures are broken down, because previous presentations we've received, budget areas have been very high level, and it's good to see that detail below them in respect to that. For example, NDNA commitments have been bracketed as that. So,
okay, we can ask. Yes, we can ask for that.
Just on AOB, would it be possible the IERP, the latest round of it, closed there back, I think it was the 6th of January, just to get an update on that, how many applications, how many people were successful, how many people have been unsuccessful, etc.?
Yep, absolutely. We'll do that as well. Thank you, Andy. Any other members, any business they want to bring up? No? Okay, all good. Thank you. Then we can move on then to agenda item 16, which is date, time, location of next meeting. Our next meeting will take place here in room 29 next Thursday, the 28th of January at 9:15 again. Thank you, members.
Thank you.
Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed.